The best place to hide the truth is in the pages of a book.
Maybe we should just read. Maybe we should just read.
Welcome to Hayes Reviews. Hello, how is it going? Very warm welcome to everyone who is tuning in tonight. This is Nick. I am the creator of Hayes Reviews, and tonight we have the conclusion, or the conclusion, if you like to pronounce things in a weird way, of the Fabian Freeway, the 1966 book by Rose Martin. It has been an epic journey, extremely enjoyable, and I can't believe we've got to the end already. I've been so looking forward to each installment of this book. We started off reading 2 chapters per video, and then the chapters got so long and they're so dense that we reduced it down to 1 chapter per video. But each chapter has so many nuggets and names and dates, and it's a big piece of the picture. It's a big puzzle piece that makes up the picture of what the hell is going on in the world. Why are things the way they are? And how did we get to this point without so much resistance or so much of an attempt to slow things down and prevent this from happening, right? And this is a really crucial part of that whole story. And so it's very good to be here tonight. And if you're tuning in live, it's good to have you tuning in live. And if you're watching on the replay, it is equally good to have you watching in on the replay. It's always bittersweet coming to the end of a book. It's always such an exciting journey to be going on an adventure, and you don't know what's coming up next. But now we're at that stage where there's 1 chapter remaining, but we also have an epilogue. And this book also has around 50 pages of appendices, but we're not going to go through those live on stream because it's a lot of lists, names, dates, places. It's kind of informational rather than narrative. So I might take a picture of those and send them out to the Telegram group, or put some of those on Instagram for people who follow me there. But we're not going to dive into that today. Today, we're going to read the final chapter and then also get the epilogue. And so that's the plan. I'm very happy to have you here. We've got Gwen, Adam, and Frank over on YouTube. And please do not forget that we are also streaming on Rumble and Odyssey too. We even have a stream going out to Entropy. And so if there is one, there's 4 different places that you can check this out and you can watch. If you don't like YouTube, hopefully you like Rumble or Odyssey. We will perhaps at some point in the future look to streaming out to more platforms and making sure we're getting to as many places as we can. But for now, I think we're just going to focus on these 4 places because it ticks all the boxes, and we haven't received much in the way of censorship or strikes on videos or anything like that. We're doing all right. I do anticipate at some point they might wipe this channel out. They might, I don't know. I don't know if the stuff's already being shadow banned. I don't seem to get much variation in the viewing counts or the numbers that come in on the videos. But I have a pretty good feeling that most of the numbers on YouTube are cooked anyway, and they can't really be relied upon. I think the most accurate number on my YouTube channel is the number of videos that I have out, which is 98 videos. This live stream is going to be the 99th video, which means the next one that I put on this channel is going to be video number 100. And that's quite a milestone. And so I've been thinking about what am I going to do for that? Something a little bit special, something a little bit unique to mark that. Because I never thought I would get to 100 videos when I started doing these book reviews with my old 10-year-old laptop and my headset, recorded without any sort of lighting, without a decent webcam, without a book cam, without a semi-professional microphone. They were pretty shoddy, those old videos, but look how far we've come. And that is all thanks to people such as yourselves tuning in and showing support, leaving a comment, a like, sharing the video out, telling your friends about it. But more importantly, talking about the contents of the books we're reading, because that's really what it's all about. It's not really about me and my channel. It's really about learning from these books, because the books are where the truth tends to be stashed. And at the same time, a lot of truth is stashed away in books. We're also being conditioned to not read so much. It's not a pastime that is celebrated. It's not sexy. It's not cool. It's not encouraged for the most part. We're sort of led down this path of, well, everything you need to know you can get online and you can get from the internet, and you could just ask that little robot in the corner of your house, the little spying device where GCHQ is listening into everything you say, that is recording everything that goes on in your house at all times. But let's face it, you don't have to have an Alexa to be under surveillance. If you just have any device, particularly if it's some sort of smart device with a microphone, you're being recorded, you're being listened to, and that is a fact. That is just the world of surveillance that we live in, that people so nonchalantly accept, and we're kind of, that's very normalized now. That's become the standard way, and young people nowadays, they accept they have no privacy, and they have nothing that isn't scrutinized and collected and gathered, and they share all their intimate things, all their intimate goings on to their social media accounts, and that's all hoovered up by the big tech companies, and it's just a normal thing. Now, reading a book, not on this channel because we live stream it and we do it as a group, but reading a book on an individual level, that's an incredibly private act. It's just you and the author, the writer of those words, who put them down, committed them to paper through whatever motivated them to do it. They created this artifact, they willed it into the world, they planned it, they had a vision in their mind, and they put the work and the effort in, and now there's this book in the world, and you can read those words and have this really rich, powerful, private experience where you're interacting with this mind that has probably long since passed into the great beyond. It's an incredible piece of technology when you really think about it like that. It is like time travel. It is like broadcasting a message out into the future, and for us reading it here in the future, we're reaching back to learn from that mind that is now passed on to the great beyond, wherever that may be. So it's an incredible piece of technology. The internet doesn't quite cut it, in my estimation, when it's compared to a book. And so that's really what we're here to do, is to keep that love of books alive and to spread some of that joy. And so if you are getting value from these videos and you're coming with me on these journeys into these books to learn these things, the most important thing you can do is tell other people about the things we're learning in these books, because they're really important topics, and they're often things that are occulted or hidden and not very focused upon when it comes to mainstream education, mainstream news sources. These things there's not that many people out there giving talks and explaining the contents of these books. There's the few people who I've mentioned in the last couple of videos who inspire me and whose work I am incredibly motivated by, and I try to follow in their footsteps and do as best a job as I can. But there are many people who've trod this path before me and done fantastic work. So I'm humbled that you're here and spending time with me. It is a great honor and a privilege and a pleasure that you out there would invest some time to listen and to join in and partake in this experience. So thank you once again. So tonight, in the immortal words of Phil Collins and the band Genesis, we're finishing Fabian Freeway. What a journey. What an experience reading this book has been. It has filled in so many blanks for me in terms of my own understanding of the politics in Britain, particularly the British Labour Party. It's helped me understand why, no matter what happens, whatever political party gets in, the bureaucracy keeps growing and increasing. It gives us a narrative that makes sense of the trajectory that society is heading in. Because one of the things that turns me off about politics is this idea that if we just vote the right team in, they'll fix all the problems and then everything will be good. But regardless of which team gets in, if you stand back and really look at the way things unfold and have unfolded over the last 120 years, there's a clear trajectory, and that trajectory is global government. That trajectory is the centralization of power and control in a few hands who will use that control. They will have control of a digital system that the rest of us have to interact with, and that will act as a mediator between us and anything we want to do in the world. And that is the direction. That is the purpose of the internet. The internet, something that you catch an animal in, usually an animal that you want to eat. It is the internet. It is the World Wide Web. What is a web? Some sort of predator will use a web to catch something that it wants to eat. A net, a web. And now it's being populated with artificial intelligence and bots, software, programs that can mimic real life, that can be hard to distinguish from real video and audio. It's a crazy time that we're living through. And so this book has really helped me understand what the plan is, and how there has been a plan to get us to this point and beyond, and what's coming next. It's been a really key book in helping me understand that. So I hope for those of you who've been tuning in regularly and taking part, you've been getting some value out of this. We've been learning a lot of names. We've also been learning a lot of about a lot of organizations with different 3 and 4 letter acronyms for their names. We've been learning about strategies, permeation, penetration. There's a kind of chimeric, chameleon-esque way of continually changing and rebranding and using words in a way that is misleading and has a double meaning. There's double speak in there. There's scientific materialist rationality in there. There's a sort of social Darwinist eugenics point of view thrown in there as well, all wrapped up in these nice sounding words like justice, like democracy, like civil liberties, like fairness and rights, and all this language which sounds very good and appeals to the average person's sense of justice and what is good and right and what they want to see in the world. But that is the tactic. That is the methodology. It's to get you. Don't you think it would be better if things were this way? And then you agree, yeah, actually I do. And people who want to see change and want to see good outcomes for the average people in the street, they get wrapped up, they get co-opted, they get captured in this movement, and they get used like useful idiots, like they get used like pawns on a chessboard, in other words. And it's an incredibly enlightening experience to read this book. And so I'm sure that tonight's conclusion will be a good one. So thank you for being here. Again, that's probably the 10th time I've said that now. In case you haven't figured it out, I'm very grateful to have you. So we've got about 49 or so pages to read. That is the final chapter and the epilogue combined. But before we get into that, let's go over here first and have a look at a few tabs that I have prepared earlier. So the first thing we want to have a look at is just to remind people that the YouTube channel is where most of my stuff can be found. As you can see here, 98 videos. How about that? So more recently, I've been making shorter videos, 2, 3 minutes, 7, 9 minutes. These a lot more easily to digest and share around and give people a little flavor, a little taste of what we do here on the live stream, just to whet that appetite and find the people who might benefit from learning and going on these kind of explorations. So they're the top ones there with the white writing on the thumbnails. Before that, we had hour-long book reviews where I would read a book, take some notes, highlight some quotes, and then I would create an hour of me talking about it and explaining what I thought was good and what was interesting and what I learned reading it. That was originally the intention of this channel before I got the crazy notion that I could hit the broadcast live button and just do it without a plan, without pre-recording, in the spur of the moment. And I think this live stream experiment has been going pretty well. We've clocked up quite a few books now. But on the main videos tab of the channel, you can see these book reviews. There's some really interesting books in there. And you can also see my evolution, how I started with these very low resolution old tech cameras and silly headsets that sounded ridiculous, and the settings all messed up. So even though I was wearing a headset, it was actually recording me using the microphone built into the laptop. So the headset was literally just an accessory for just so I looked more professional than I was. But if you go over here to the live tab, this is where you can find our readings. And not only are there readings on this tab of all the books that we've been doing, hell of a lot of videos on this one so far, but we also have the Hayes Reviews Lives series. And these are not based around books, but these are more based around me looking at articles and talking about current events and important events, such as transhumanism, such as technocracy, such as the green agenda, such as the race baiting, divide and conquer strategies that are going on out there. I had a lot of fun doing these, and I hope to get back to them at some point. But until I can fund myself and quit my day job, I don't think I'll have enough time to get back to doing them, because it's a lot of reading, a lot of prep, but they're a lot of fun. And they're there if you want to check them out. They're pretty good. I tend to try and take people on a journey of, I don't mean they're good, but I mean, what I try to do is take people on a journey from the mainstream headlines into the alternative news world to show that the alternative news is often much better, more detailed, more accurate, and more reliable. So that's the live tab. Then, of course, we've got the playlist tab with all of those previous mentioned videos bunched together, so you can just find the one that interests you and chew through that. All 6 books that we've read so far on there, as well as the Hayes Reviews Lives and the book reviews. So how about that? That is YouTube. And I should mention as well, this is the broadcast schedule, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday. Because we're finishing the book tonight, I'm going to pause the live stream schedule, take a couple of weeks off, I think, and then resume the live streaming after I've had a little break, when we've decided what book we're going to read next. And if you're interested in having a say in what book we're going to read next, then please consider having a look at this link here, which is allmylinks.com/Hayes Reviews. It will take you to a page that looks something like this. Well, exactly like this. And you can go down here and see that here we have the group chat on Telegram. And if you click that link, it will take you to the page, the page on Telegram where I announce my live streams, and there's a associated chat group with that group, and you can get in there, talk to the other people. We have good, interesting discussions, debates, back and forth. It's very respectful. It's very open-minded. There's really no topic that is off the table, but at the same time, we have the only rule of being excellent to each other. Be kind and give people the benefit of the doubt. We're here to learn. We're here to aid each other in our understanding of the world and what's going on. That Telegram group is also where I ask people what they want to read next on the channel. And so I'll pick out a few books probably related to this one. I've already got a list of like 5 books or something that I think would be a good follow-up to this one. So I'm going to whittle that down to 3. I'm going to make a poll, stick it out there, and you can have a vote on that. Oh, I'll vote on it as well, actually, full disclosure. I'll pick the 3 books to choose from and vote for one. So that's how I got a bit of an advantage, you know. But that was how we picked Fabian Freeway, and I think that was quite successful. So if you're interested in participating in that vote, please consider joining us on Telegram. You can send super chats via Entropy, and you can subscribe to the channels on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey just to stay in touch in case one or more of these ever gets nuked. I also put stuff out on Instagram. I do some close-ups of books that I have with pictures of the contents and the quotes and the index. And that's the kind of a book review space, but I make memes on there and I put quotes on there as well. So that's a kind of a different bundle of content that goes on Instagram. You are also able to support in a variety of ways if you so choose to do so. Buy me a book, PayPal, and a few crypto options. If you choose to do that, the crypto I mean, please send me an email and let me know so I can be sure to connect my cold storage wallet and receive those. Otherwise, I think they just hang around in cyberspace, and I don't know what happens, actually. So yeah, that is how you can stay up to date and keep an eye on what I'm doing and participate and support if you want to. And we got CESP just dropped into the chat. Good evening. And we got ESP on Odyssey. And Heidi says, a troll. I don't know if you're calling me a troll, Heidi, or if there is a troll somewhere. I can't see it in the chat, though. I can only see you in the chat. But yes, there are trolls. There are trolls out there. But the good news is I don't think trolls tend to spend too much time hanging around on long-form book reading live streams. So this tends to appeal mostly to real human beings with long attention spans who have the patience to sit through a 3-hour video. And, often out of 3 hours, there might only be 10, 15 minutes that are really juicy and interesting, but you've got to put in the work to get the good stuff, right? I could read the book and pick out all the bits that I think are juicy and interesting, but you might pick up on something that I miss. It's not just about me and my interpretation. That's why I started to read the books in their entirety and film it, so you can pause and look at the quotes and go back and pick out what's important to you. And so that's why I do it the way I do. So I can see all the chats tonight. So if you are on Odyssey, if you're on Rumble, and if you're on YouTube, feel free to comment. I will catch it and reply to you periodically throughout the live stream. So the preamble ramble tonight, let's get into it. So the Americans for Democratic Action. On the preamble tonight is kind of, I'm going to get a little bit of evidence on the record about where I think the Fabian Freeway is leading. So remember, the metaphor is the freeway because the Fabian group, they started as their planning was the slow long-term plodding of the tortoise over the long term to make change gradually from within the existing institutions. And Rose Martin said in her introduction that actually it's not the long plodding progress of the tortoise anymore. We're now on the freeway. Their plans have got to such a point now where they're accelerating. And I think if she'd have lived long enough to get to the present day, she would have had a mind blown at how fast the acceleration got in the last 4 years. But this is why it's the Fabian Freeway. And so the theme of the preamble ramble this evening is going to be more about where I think the Fabian Freeway leads. But it's going to start with a little recap of the ADA, which is the Americans for Democratic Action. So this is one of the many organizations with 3 or 4 letters that have grown out of that initial seed of the Fabian Society getting together in 1884 and influencing people and spreading their propaganda, their leaflets, and their messages throughout the world, but mainly focused on Britain and America. And so Americans for Democratic Action, there's a good, strong case in this book for it being a group started indirectly by the Fabian Socialists. So let's have a look at what Wikipedia tells us about it. So it's present day. It is a liberal American political organization advocating progressive policies. Progressing towards what? Well, progressing down the Fabian Freeway, but they don't tell you that bit. But they're doing lobbying and they're doing research and they're supporting progressive candidates. There's 65,000 people in this organization, which is not quite as many as the ACLU. If you remember, we did a preamble on the ACLU, which was the American Civil Liberties Union. They have nearly 2 million in their little organization, but they're supposedly apolitical. These guys are political. They've got a very strong and overt and acknowledged left-leaning. But let's look a little bit at their history. The ADA grew out of a predecessor group, which was the Union for Democratic Action, or the UDA. And the UDA itself was formed by former members of the Socialist Party of America. So really important to note that bit there. In fact, I'm going to put it in blue. Very important to remember this bit as we go through the rest of this Wikipedia article. So the ADA, it supported an interventionist, internationalist foreign policy. So internationalist foreign policy, this is the kind of thinking and movement and worldview and approach to knitting together systems and what am I trying to say? Economies and alliances into larger and larger and larger groupings so that eventually you can centralize that control in one place. So in the case of the United Nations, the EU, the control is centralized in Brussels, right? And that's the plan. So that's what internationalist foreign policy is. But it tells us here that it was also strongly anti-communist. So very important to see here. The UDA was formed by former members of the Socialist Party of America. It was strongly anti-communist. Right. So let's just cast our minds back to the first video in this series where we did a little bit of a dive into what is socialism, what is communism, and we learned a lot from Wikipedia and its articles about that. What we learned was socialism and communism, according to Karl Marx, are interchangeable. He uses the words interchangeably. So Karl Marx uses the words socialism and communism as synonyms, words that mean the same thing. Lenin, he said that socialism is the intermediate stage between capitalism on one side as it changes via socialism into communism. So, according to Lenin and Marx, socialism is the same thing, or it is the predecessor to communism. It comes before communism, after capitalism, right? So it's very interesting here that on Wikipedia, they're telling us the UDA is both founded by socialists and it's also strongly anti-communist. And they really, really want to tell us that this organization is anti-communist, right? Because every purple on everything I've highlighted purple is telling us that. So it was strongly anti-communist. It's made up of leading anti-communist liberals. It is a non-communist vital center in mainstream politics. The ADA portrayed Wallace and his supporters as dupes of the Communist Party, and although it is anti-communist, blah, 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 blah. So they mention this anti-communist nature of the ADA 5 times. And this is quite a small Wikipedia page compared to some of the ones we've looked at. There's not a huge amount on here, and they mention it 5 times. So make of that what you will. I know what I make of it. That tells me they are very, very keen on you thinking, believing, they want you to know that the ADA is anti-communist. It's not communist at all. Honest. Hand on heart. Cross my heart. Hope that I stick a needle in my eye, as we used to say back in primary school. So we got a little info about the exec director, who was this gentleman called James Isaac Loeb, who later became an ambassador and diplomat in the John F. Kennedy administration. He advocated disbanding the UDA and forming a new, more broadly based mass membership organization, which was the ADA. So just interesting that he was part of the JFK administration, because I've got a bit more to say on JFK in a moment. Among ADA's founding members were leading anti-communist liberals, including a bunch of people here who, a lot of these actually pop up in Fabian Freeway. Because what Rose Martin tells us in the book is that the British contingent of this group, they were quite openly socialist, and they were quite open, such as like Harold Lasky, for example, openly socialist, calling for a violent revolution. In fact, Harold Lasky got kicked out of the British Labour Party for calling for a violent workers' revolution. But what she's saying in the book is in America, they went to great pains to distance themselves from socialism and to deny any links with communism, right? And so this is why Wikipedia is trying to tell you that all these people here are leading anti-communist liberals, whereas Rose Martin is saying that a lot of these people, they were hanging out with the British Fabian socialists, and they were overlapping, and they were in agreement on many policies. Their publications aligned with much of what the British Fabian socialists were publishing and saying and getting out there, okay? So very different narrative on Wikipedia than we're getting from the book. And I've got another example of that discrepancy following after this as well. But Eleanor Roosevelt, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., and Reinhold Niebuhr, they happen to show up. Hubert Humphrey as well, I think. They all show up quite a bit in this book. So the action. The ADA declared its decision to support a Democratic Party ticket of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. And they also succeeded in pushing Truman leftward on issues such as civil rights. And it also led a full-scale attack on Progressive Party candidate and former U.S. Vice President Henry A. Wallace because of his opposition to the Marshall Plan. So what is the Marshall Plan? Well, that was the the United States initiative to provide foreign aid to Western Europe, $13.3 billion in economic recovery programs after the end of World War II. So this is internationalism. This is sending resources from within your country out to other countries. And the ADA wanted that to happen. Like that's a key, obvious step towards worldwide communism, right? Because socialism, communism tied up in there as well. Not only are socialism and communism the same thing, but also tied up in there is technocracy, and because it's based on this growing bureaucracy to manage all these publicly owned resources, it has to keep growing, and it just has to keep getting bigger and bigger until it is a one world system. So one world government is also built in and rolled into that ideology as well. So they're saying even though that they are former members of the Socialist Party, they're definitely anti-communist, but they also support sending the Marshall Plan, which is the redistribution of resources and wealth and money out of the country to other people. But the ADA portrayed Wallace and his supporters as dupes of the Communist Party. So again, framing them as anti-communist. And then for the final time here, although anti-communist, the ADA was still subject to significant McCarthyist scrutiny. The plight of the ADA during that period prompted Eleanor Roosevelt to accept a position as honorary chair of the organization in 1953. And in doing so, this put Senator McCarthy in a position in which he would have had to call her a communist as well to continue his inquiries into the activities of the group. And because of her actions, many ADA leaders credit her with saving the organization. So Eleanor Roosevelt and Roosevelt himself and his New Deal feature very prominently in this book. And there's a whole chapter about the Fabian socialists and their influence on this crafting of the New Deal. That was chapter 17, Fabian Face Cards in the New Deal. That was quite a detailed one about how the Fabian socialists had a big impact on the drafting of this New Deal and the 14 points. I think it was the 14 points, wasn't it, that were talked about there. So again, kind of a contradictory narrative and messaging that we're getting through Wikipedia, but they're definitely not communist. That's the main thrust of this message here. ADA's influence peaked when a number of its key members were picked to join the administration of the US President John F. Kennedy. And then after Richard Nixon's victory, the ADA was pushed to the political margins, overshadowed by more centrist groups like Trilateral Commission, which I'm sure we have all heard of and are familiar with. This bit we read about in the book and is verified, which is the voting records and how the ADA has this kind of social credit method where they rank legislators and they give them a score. And the higher the score, the more aligned those legislators are with the goals and the views of the ADA. And so 100 is the maximum, and that's 100 is considered liberal. And each vote that they take is given a score of 5 or 0, and then added up. And so they're rating which legislators are aligned with their views and what they want to happen in their policy. So just interesting, because the social credit score, of course, is a very key part of the rollout of a global technocratic communist socialist type system, where you are punished if you swear or smoke too much or play too many computer games, and you are praised and loved if you eat locally produced cricket burgers instead of healthy, nutritious, organic, grass-fed steaks, for example. So it's social conditioning and social control, and they're doing it here in a very rudimentary way to apply pressure and to rate and score the legislators. So that's a little bit about the ADA. Some curious things on the Wikipedia article there, I thought. We'll just scroll back up quickly to this bit here about John F. Kennedy. So one thing I noticed in preparing and reading for the show today is that John F. Kennedy, on his Wikipedia page, it tells us that Kennedy intended to study under Harold Lasky at the London School of Economics, which his older brother had done. But in Fabian Freeway, she tells us that that John F. Kennedy did in fact study under Harold Lasky at the London School of Economics in 1935 to 1936. So it's a discrepancy that I noticed. And I don't know. It's up to us to kind of figure out which version we believe. At any rate, they both agree that John F. Kennedy's older brother did study under Harold Lasky at the London School of Economics. So what the point of this is, Harold Lasky was an outspoken, overt, unashamed socialist, and even calling for violent revolution. Okay. And he taught John F. Kennedy, Kennedy's older brother, possibly John F. Kennedy. And then a lot of these ADA members ended up in John F. Kennedy's cabinet and his administration, right? So a lot of links, a lot of moving parts, and it's hard to keep track of it all the time. But I think there's a strong case that regardless of what three-letter acronym they say and how many times they say they were anti-communist on the Wikipedia page, there's probably a good chance that they were, in fact, communist. And we've got Immune to PR. Good evening. And we've got Christine as well. Good evening to you. So, a couple more things to get through before we dive into the book. This was very kindly dug up for me. I think it might have been Frank. I think it was you, Frank. If it was you, thank you. If it was somebody else, I apologize. But the book, we learned in the last stream that there was a parliamentary group for world government held in the UK. And I was like, what? I had never heard of that before. And then somebody dug up this link and sent it through. Might have been somebody in the Telegram chat. I apologize for forgetting who it was. That's my bad. That's on me. But I'm very grateful. And this is the UK Parliamentary Archives, right? And it says the records of the Parliamentary Group for World Government. But there's no plan for world government, is there? Well, ask the UK Parliament. And so the date for these archives is 46 to 1987. And there's 626 files in there. And it tells us a little bit about it. So the history, the biographical or administrative history. Henry Usborne, he was elected to Parliament as a Labour MP in 1945. And in 1947, he established the All-Party Parliamentary Group on World Government, the PGWG. And this was to act in whatever way it deems effective as the focus in the House for study and action on world government. So there it is right there. Tells you quite a lot, doesn't it? Sorry, just let me go here and mute this. Action on world government. Further financial assistance was secured by the establishment of the One World Trust. So that's another one that I had never heard of. The trust was formed to promote research into, quote, facts, principles, and methods of planning and organizing on a world basis to the greatest advantage of the human species, which sounds very good, doesn't it? All lofty and fair and equal and wonderful. It was also charged with promoting education. And remember that education is the way that people's minds are shaped, opinions are formed, and once you shape the mind of a person, you've now got a good control over the actions that they are likely to take, because mind drives action. So thoughts and beliefs and worldview drives physical action in the world, right? So the whole purpose of education is to really control behavior. So not any surprise that they're promoting education for worldview. For world government. Frank says it wasn't him that came up with it, but it would be a good road to go now. Well, we're going down it, so I'm glad you think so. The parliamentary group worked to advance the idea of federal administration in Britain by persuading official opinion within the government circles and by influencing public opinion by propaganda. So remember, this is the UK Parliamentary Archives. Okay. And then there was a meeting, and from the meeting sprang the World Association of Parliamentarians for World Government. So now you got the PGWG and the OWT. And this character, Sir Edward Boyle, he pops up. I'm going to have a little look at him in a minute. But in its prime in the 1960s, the group had over 200 members from the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And among the most influential and active in Britain were And the only name that stood out to me really here was Lord Beveridge, because I remember he is credited with being the sort of premier architect of the welfare state here in Britain, which is talked about a lot in Fabian Freeway, because having a welfare state is a key part of socialism, which leads to communism, right? Having everything controlled, centralized, and doled out according to the whims of a scientific technocratic elite. But a bunch of other names here that we could learn about and dive into for sure. And then in 1963, the Parliamentary Association for World Government became the Association for World Government. And then this bit, it is unclear whether this organization still exists. So they could still be out there, but we don't know because we're just the UK government. You know, it's not like we can keep track on this kind of thing, is it? What do you expect us to do? We're too busy fixing the roads. I wish they would get on with fixing the roads. I really do. So interesting and quite curious. If you go to ordering and viewing, it says, sorry, this document cannot be ordered. So we can't get our hands on it. We can't look at it. And it doesn't even tell you the reason. It just gives you a bunch of, reasons that it could be, but doesn't tell you which one of these applies. Browse by hierarchy. So you can get minute books. And can we open these and have a look at the copy? Oh, maybe we can. No, it's just taking us around in a circle. So I don't think you can actually look at the documents themselves. No, it just says cannot be ordered. But you can have a look at the lists of documents that they supposedly have. So you've got the minutes of those meetings. Education Advisory Committee, published accounts, cash books, One World Trust audited accounts. That would be an interesting one to get into. Files and loose papers relating to establishment of a World Commodity Center. I haven't looked through these before, so apologies. This is the first time I'm checking them out, but press cuttings, they would be good to go through. Parliamentarians for World Order. I wonder what that is. Miscellaneous papers. So they've got it. It's in there, but you can't have a look at it. But at least they tell us that they have it. So that's that admission on its own is quite interesting. Okay. So Edward Boyle, Baron Boyle of Handsworth. Adam says there isn't enough money to fix the roads in the current state of the broken system. Maybe by design. Yeah, I think they just want us ruining our cars, don't they? Because they want us in the 15-minute cities, not driving anywhere. So just make the roads terrible to drive on. It'll destroy all the cars, and people will stay at home like good little Winstons. And that's a reference to 1984. Be a good little Winston and stay in your house. Okay, so this is Edward Boyle, who we just read about here. Sir Edward Boyle. And he inherited his baronetcy from his dad, who was also a Conservative Party politician. This was not a very detailed Wikipedia article. Just tells us that he was a Conservative politician. It says he graduated from Oxford with a third-class BA, but his third-class BA was later converted to an MA. So that's another pattern that we see quite a lot, is these these people just getting their third class. And third class, first is the best, and then you got second class and then third class. I got a high second class degree at university, right? This dude got a third class, and then at some point they just said, let's just transmogrify it into an MA for you. There you go, sir. So how about that? And he was a junior administrator at the Foreign Office, and he worked at Bletchley Park in intelligence. So I've got a book, I think, on Bletchley Park. I would be interested to keep an eye out for this guy. Unmarried and childless, and then he died, and his baronetcy passed to his brother Richard. And I didn't look up his brother Richard. And he had a political career, and it's all very boring. Minister of this, minister of that, financial secretary of this, parliamentary private secretary of that. So just a lifelong bureaucrat, basically, and nothing to see here. But he did get awarded honorary degrees and Doctor of Law by 5 different universities. So they're just throwing university qualifications at this guy for some reason. He got an honorary doctorate from Heriot-Watt University, and he was also a member of the Order of the Companions of Honor. So how about that? And Flanders and Swan, I don't know who they are. Flanders and Swan, comedy duo. They satirically cited Edward Boyle's law, which states the greater the external pressure, the greater the volume of hot air. So lampooned and lambasted there by Flanders and Swan, who I've never heard of them either, but British comedy duo and musicians. And then he set up a Memorial Trust Foundation scholarship. So very much in line with the likes of the Cecil Rhodes Foundation, the Rhodes Scholarships, the Rockefeller Scholarships, and they like to leave their wealth and their money to the continuation and the perpetuation of their worldview and their efforts and their ideas, right? So he set this up, but it didn't tell us too much information stuff about that. So that's Edward Boyle. He was involved in the founding of the World Association for the Parliamentarians of World Government. It was Sir Edward Boyle, and the other guy was Henry Usborne. So if you remember, I'm flicking back, but this is the first guy mentioned here. He established the All-Party Parliamentary Group on World Government. And he has a little more interesting stuff on his Wikipedia. But he tells us he was a Labour politician. So he was from the other side of the aisle, and he went to Cambridge instead of Oxford, Corpus Christi College. But he does actually admit to his founding of the Parliamentary Group for World Government on the Wikipedia. It says he was one of the main drivers in the British World Federalist Movement. It said in 1945, ahead of the foundation of the United Nations, Edith Winner, a friend activist and secretary to Rosika Schwimmer, visited London and worked with Henry for a campaign for world government. So, I don't know who these people are, Edith Winner and Rosika Schwimmer, but they're working on the campaign for world government. And after that, Henry founded the Parliamentary Group for World Government, PGWG, but that led to the establishment of the World Association of Parliamentarians for World Government, which is the WAPWG, and that was later renamed as the World Parliament Association, which is the WPA, and that became the All-Party Parliamentary Group for World Governance, APPGWG. So I hope you followed all that and you can remember everything I just said. There will be a test at the end of the stream. He also set up the One World Trust. The One World Trust conducts independent research into the accountability of global organizations, political engagement of citizens at global level and international law. Usborne was one of the signatories of the agreement to convene a convention. That's good writing. In fact, this whole article is badly written. This bit up here, right? Where is it? This whole sentence is, which as all-party parliamentary group for world governance counts today. Doesn't even make sense. But anyway. So, convene a convention for drafting a world constitution, and as a result, for the first time in human history, a world constituent assembly convened to draft and adopt the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. So very lofty, high-minded goals. But again, do not let anyone tell you that there is no plan, no scheme, no effort, no appetite for one world government and a world government system, right? One World Trust. This is a charitable organization. They're all about the charity. And it promotes education. Remember, education is mind and behavior control and indoctrination and propaganda for the most part. And research into changes required in global governance. So what I found very interesting about this article is they say this is research into the changes required in global governance. The implication of that is that global governance is already here and exists and is in operation. And this charitable organization is researching the changes we need to make in the global governance which exists. Am I just projecting conspiracies onto this? Or is that how it reads to you? Let me know what you think. The trust is also an NGO, of course it is, with special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council, the ECOSOC. So what a surprise. Well, no surprise there. The history of it is one of the oldest groups in the British Parliament. How about that? and at its peak had 200 members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The governance, pretty vague here. It doesn't tell us too much, although it does give us a couple of names, but it's overseen by a board of trustees, and there's 10 of them, and there's Lord Archer of Sandwell, and there's Tony Coleman, and the trust is supported by a group of vice presidents acting as patrons and members of different project-related advisory panels. So all vague, nothing to see here. Don't worry too much. We do have 2 names we could read more about, but I didn't dive into them right now. Funding. Where's the money coming from? Well, wouldn't you be flabbergasted and shocked to discover the funders include the Ford Foundation, the Joseph Rowntree Charitable Trust, the James Madison Trust, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the Bering Foundation, the Polden Puckham Charitable Foundation, the Funding Network, and the Alan and Nesta Ferguson Charitable Settlement. And it also does some consultancy work. So lots of new foundations I've never heard of there, but shocker that the Ford Foundation is pouring money into this One World Trust charitable NGO. Sphere of activity, the One World Trust works to make global governance more accountable. So again, make global governance more accountable. So that the implication is it exists, we have it, global governance is operational, and we need to make it more accountable, right? The accountability of global institutions. The Trust promotes conceptual understanding, cross-sectoral learning, and organizational change in powerful, globally operating institutions from the intergovernmental, non-governmental, and transnational corporate sectors. So it's not interested in the governments of the nations. It's intergovernmental, it's non-governmental, and it's transnational. These are the organizations and the bodies and the entities which go out and beyond the nation state and are unaccountable and are above our nation states and above the people we elect. Hence my cynicism when it comes to the act of voting. I think it's largely a performative, ritualistic behavior at this point. But when these organizations are above and beyond all that, you don't elect these non-governmental and transnational corporations and who runs them and who leads them, do you? The Trust also works with parliamentarians, national and international NGO umbrella groups, and transnational corporations to strengthen their individual capacity to be accountable to their stakeholders as part of an integrated global governance system. Who are the stakeholders and what is an integrated global governance system? Sounds like exactly what it says it is. I can't even rephrase that in a way that makes it more clear what it is, right? Parliamentary oversight of foreign policy. The Trust's Parliamentary Oversight Project specifically focuses on the systems and practices in place for UK approaches to international organisations like the World Bank, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, and the European Union, or key countries such as the United States. So this to me really sounds like, how do we make the UK slot in and a part of all of these things here? Not how do we detach them and decouple and disentangle the UK from all these things which are established and run out of other countries in other places. No. This sounds to me like we got to make sure the UK slots in and fits in nicely with all these bigger, more bureaucratic, unaccountable, international and non-governmental and transnational entities. That's what it sounds like to me. And there was a section here about responsibility to protect, but I didn't actually get around to reading that. I think that's the end of our preamble ramble. One World Trust. So a lot of things that I hadn't, let me just check. Let's see. Have we got another tab? Oh yeah. So this was sent to me by Darren in the Cutting Through the Matrix Alan Watt book club group on Telegram. And he was looking for a world constitution. And there are a lot of websites out there pushing and advocating for this idea of a world constitution. And this one is focusing on the UN Charter. And it's saying, even after nearly 80 years of its birth, the UN has not evolved into a world parliament. God darn it. It's 80 years it's had, and it still hasn't done it. So now we the citizens, we have to act. And the solution lies within the UN Charter, specifically this article, which I haven't looked up and read. I should have done that as well, but I was limited time. So this website is all about pushing whatever the contents are of that Article 109 in brackets 3 of the UN Charter, and establishing a World Constitution and Parliament Association. And this goes back. Second Provisional World Parliament, New Delhi, India, 1985. There's a mission, objectives, vision, partners. 109 countries of the world has WCPA patrons. A new world order for man's survival, and that is Indira Gandhi's message. I didn't know he used the phrase New World Order. How about that? Citizens' views. A bunch of people there. This looks like it's mainly India-based. Lots of videos. And there's a charter review of the United Nations. Dr. Glenn T. Martin. So it's out there, and they are pushing for it, or some people are pushing for it anyway. So again, don't let people tell you that there is no effort and push and plan to make this happen. And then this is the last one, world federalism. So this was sent to me by Darren as well. And it's an interesting piece saying that it's a political ideology advocating a democratic federal world government, and the overall sovereignty over the world population would largely reside in the federal government. So I was reviewing some of the contents of the Fabian Freeway book. One of the things that I had forgotten, but she tells us in the intro, first chapter, I think, or the second chapter, is that between 1932 and 1962, the number of federal employees in the United States went from, I think it was something like maybe 300,000 or 600,000 up to 2.5 million. Yeah, here it is. So the multiplication of federal agencies. So the federal employees went from 605,000 in 1932 up to 2.5 million in 1962. So that is the goal, is to get more people living off money that is taken from the general population via this mechanism of taxation, bloat out that bureaucracy, pretend that you're providing services, but you're not fixing the roads, you're not keeping people healthy, you're not keeping people happy, you're still rolling out this technocratic system of control, because that is the plan. The goal is not to take care of the population, even though that's what they tell you they're doing. The goal is to raise a lot of cash for ourselves, give ourselves a nice life, and roll it out on a bigger and bigger scale until we have world federalism. So, and this is right here on Wikipedia, and the top, it says the scope, right? This section on scope, it tells you about the distinction against the existing United Nations. It says the United Nations is not a legislative body and is limited to an advisory role mostly. Its stated purpose is to foster cooperation between national governments rather than exert authority over them. So to me, what that sounds like is this world federalism and the people pushing for it, they want to exert authority over the national governments, and they don't like the fact that the United Nations can't do that. And then further down, it also tells us that proposals for establishing a world federation, the number one is to reform the UN and existing international institutions and turn that into something that can and does have the ability to exert authority over national governments. And we know the WHO had a treaty that I think got booted, and they couldn't agree on the wording or something, and that didn't. But that doesn't mean that it'll go away and we've won, right? Because this is the Fabian socialist strategy that we're dealing with. They'll come back again and again, and they'll chip away. And they didn't have the right people in the right places this time around. But you can bet 10, 20 years from now, when they've had a couple of decades to maneuver the right people into the right positions, to give the thumbs up and tick the right boxes, that is the way they work. They work on this long time frame, this long time scale, while the rest of us are just thinking, okay, when's the next payday? How do I make it to that day? How do I pay the bills, put food on the table? Is there any chance of taking my kids on holiday? Can we get them school uniforms, all these other daily worries and concerns. And most of us are on that sort of hamster wheel of a month by month cycle, maybe a yearly cycle. These boys and girls, they're thinking decades. They're thinking generations, right? So we got to adjust our thinking to their timescales if we want to steer things in a different direction and change things. So another key part of this that I think we should already know on this channel by now is the idea has been popularized by a number of prominent authors such as H.G. Wells. That's world federalism. So again, anybody who says there's no plan for a world government and one world system, then you can say, well, H.G. Wells has been popularizing it for many, well, not, he's dead now, he's not doing it anymore, but he was doing it 100 years ago. And there's a little bit more about that down here. In popular culture, it says a world federation has been mentioned in several works of fiction. And I think 4 of these are H.G. Wells. Anticipation, Shape of Things to Come, Men Like Gods, The World Set Free, they're all H.G. Wells. And the other one, this Edward Bellamy one, Looking Backwards, this book was mentioned, featured very prominently in Rose Martin's book, because this was one of the first pieces of propaganda that was disseminated throughout America, given to universities and the intellectual class and the elite class of the time. Not the elite class, but like the middle classes, because this whole movement targeted the middle class really at the beginning. And this book was reviewed in all these newspapers and lauded as this wonderful, fantastic piece of work about how in the year 2000, this socialist utopia had been achieved, and the writer of the book was looking backward about how that happened and how it was achieved, and looking back to the year 1887 and what happened from there all the way up to the year 2000. So that's kind of like a bit of propaganda about how socialism is going to be good. Probably you could kind of think of it as the opposite of 1984, for example, the Orwell book, because the Orwell book is telling you the reality of what it's going to look like. And the looking backwards is telling you the fictionalized utopian fake version, the promise that they tell you is going to happen after the revolution. And obviously it never happens, because you just end up with famine and death and starvation and cannibalism and a massive amount of wealth and comfort and luxury for a very small, tiny group of people. So there you are. And this goes on. I haven't even got through all this other stuff. Oh, there's some other organizations down here that might be worth looking into as well. UN 2020, ICE Coalition, World Alliance to Transform the United Nations. But these don't have pages that we can click on to learn. World Government Institute and the World Government Research Network. Oh, but there's a list of world federalists. Einstein, here he is, Bertie Russell, obviously. What a surprise. No surprise there. Lord Lothian, we've heard of him. Churchill, all right. Churchill was into it. And we have, who else do we have who we might recognize? Nobody else really. Don't know. Oh, there's a Pope, John the 23rd. Camus, Albert Camus, H.G. Wells, and Isaac Asimov. So this is one thing you got to be wary of and bear in mind. Science fiction, science fiction is propaganda, and it is propaganda. That is, the purpose of it is to indoctrinate you into this sort of scientific worldview where, Star Trek is a kind of world government propaganda where they've fixed everything, but now everyone lives on this ship together and they live and work at the same time in the same place on top of each other all the time, and there's really not much privacy and there's nowhere to go, and it paints this wonderful picture of how great things are going to be. But of course it never pans out and works like that, because the whole system just can't work in real life, and that's what history tells us. Douglas MacArthur as well. Was he the fella who had his plan to end the Korean War? He wanted to end the Korean War early, didn't he? Oh no, Philippine Army, was it? Okay, I might be getting my... But anyway, further reading, massive amount of stuff for further reading. So again, somebody says to you there's no plan or scheme and it's just a conspiracy, this world government thing that you keep rattling on about at every, Thanksgiving and Christmas, every time you come around for dinner, you're always going on about your conspiracy theories and when it's just stupid. Well, Tell them to pick up a book, or 50. It's like 50 books here. So all sorts of stuff. And that's the one I read. I had mentioned on another stream. George Monbiot, but I'll just say Monbiot. I read this one back when I was more naive, and I thought it was a fantastic idea. I really did. I was well on board with it. Bertie Russell's got a book. Only world governments can prevent the war. Nobody can win. I've never heard of that one before. This one, Clarence Strait Union Now. That's a really important one that's mentioned. I've seen that one. So there you are. Further reading. This is you can read all this stuff while we are between books on the channel here. Plenty to chew in, plenty to dive into and chew on as we prepare and decide and select our next book. But how about that? I hope you enjoyed that intro. I'm going to have a little sip, review the comments, and then we will dive into the book. One of the things I was noticing tonight on the waiting screen at the beginning was my invitation to people who are and who enjoy the Hayes Reviews channel and enjoy the live streams to please consider joining the mailing list. It's more of an insurance against censorship. If I ever get wiped off the face of YouTube, that I can still notify you and stay in touch. And the instructions to do that are in the intro and the outro to the stream. But in short, shoot me a little email. I will say thank you very much. I'll write you a message back, and I'll give you a link to a download of the acoustic guitar music that you hear on the intros and outros, which is all original, composed by me, recorded on an iPhone. So it's not something I can charge money for, but I think the exchange of an email address is a fair trade, and you'll get over 3 hours worth, and there will definitely be at least one tune in there that you like. I'm sure, unless you really don't like acoustic guitar music, in which case, what's wrong with you? But so that offer is there. And what the reason I mention that is because after this stream, we're going to get rid of the wolf in sheep's clothing art that we've been seeing from Bob Moran, which is really good art. But it just occurred to me the other day that it's a very gruesome and gory picture to be opening and ending every single stream with. So I thought maybe I should change it, and then I thought, well, there's only one video left in this series, so we'll move on to the next book, and we'll find another piece of art that suits that one, and stop having to look at mold, gored up sheep pieces before and at the end of every stream, because I know it is a bit. I get when I was younger, I used to watch all manner of violent films and play violent computer games or whatever. Nowadays, I don't want to see any of it. I'm really sensitive to it, and if gory things are happening, I'll look away, I'll turn things off, and it just struck me that having that like gory cartoon there might be a bit off-putting for some people. So apologies if that has been grinding your gears a little bit, but this will be the last stream we have that, and we'll move on to something else. But Bob Moran his work is excellent. It is really good. And when they say a picture says 1,000 words, that's what that phrase is referring to. He says more in his pictures about these people, these so-called leaders, these so-called elite politicians, these self-appointed bureaucrats who think they have some sort of divine right to rule over the rest of us and tell us what to do and control us with their science and their graphs and their data and their propaganda and their research. They're horrible on the inside, and Bob Moran has an incredible knack for capturing the essence of what they're truly about and in cartoon form. So I'm happy to promote his stuff for sure. Alrighty. So we got nothing else on Odyssey, just a very kind message from ESP saying, "Good evening, young man. Thank you very much for calling me young. I appreciate that." And Heidi says, "Accountability, my butt." Yeah, of course. The One World Trust. We need all your money from your charitable foundations because we need to make sure there's accountability. Yeah, all right. Frank says, "Useful and informative preamble. It would be good to have a short list summary of those wiki pages." I can get that to you for sure. I've started bookmarking every preamble page that I use into a folder for Fabian Freeway. So what I'll probably do, I've just had this idea, but after this, Maybe I can bundle those together into a Word document and stick that into the Telegram group. It won't have my highlighting on it, unfortunately. I don't think there's any way for me to save it with the highlighting on it and send that to you. But, you know, highlighting is part of the fun of reading stuff. So you might find different bits interesting and highlight different parts. So don't let me influence you on that. Gwen says, good intro. I'm glad you think so. Okay, with that said, I think we are about to get into the book. You can tell I'm putting it off. Getting to the end of a good book is always bittersweet. Oh, Frank Lennon says just the titles would be good. All right, yeah, I can get that to you, no problem, sir. I'll stick it in Telegram after the broadcast. Okay, what am I doing? What am I looking for? Bookcam, there we go. So the Fabian Freeway finale. We got about 49, what did I say, 49 pages? Something like that, I think. And the last couple of chapters I think this book really picked up. It was kind of dry and lots of facts and names and just sort of a dry history. But then the last sort of third of the book, I mean, you can actually see the best testament to that is if you look here on my the way that I've tabbed it. You've got like, hang on, let me see if I can get a good angle on that. You got kind of the first maybe 2/3 of the book. I didn't stick a lot of tabs in there, even though there's some really good stuff there. But then from sort of there onwards, it's just straight tabs on every page or two. You see that? So it really took off that point, which let's see where that was. It really took off around secret weaponry. That was the chapter where it really took off. Chapter 18, secret weaponry, where we got the deeper dives into Harold Lasky, John Maynard Keynes, and Felix Frankfurter. And it just took off from there, and it's been very gripping and reading ever since then. And now we're on to Commanding Heights, and this is going to be our final chapter before the epilogue. Chapter 21, The Commanding Heights. 1. The 1960 election campaign in the United States marked the first successful attempt of left liberals, by then firmly lodged in the Democratic Party organization throughout the country, to regain such unobstructed access to the power of the presidency as they enjoyed in the Roosevelt era. That, after all, was an initial reason for founding Americans for Democratic Action, as some of its best friends have pointed out. But remember, Americans for Democratic Action is anti-communist, is not communist, it's not communist, it's anti-communist, it's not communist. Remember. 3 choices were offered in the Democratic primaries, with Adlai Stevenson a sentimental fourth, although he seemed to have little serious desire to run again in the Grand National Handicap. It looked like a genuine horse race for the nomination, but in retrospect is discovered to have been what sports fans call a boat race. No matter which of the aspirants won, ADA would collect on the ticket. Even Lyndon Johnson, billed as the white hope of Southern conservatives, had in fact been sired by the New Deal. Moreover, there were enough fiscal and electioneering irregularities in his background to guarantee his docility in the unlikely event that he gained the 1960 presidential nomination. Supposedly, a primary in the United States is wholly the personal affair of the candidates, with the party organizations coming into play only after the nomination has been made. Since ADA was not a political party, however, but merely a fraction within the Democratic Party, it appears to have acted from the start to control the selection of the nominees. Just have to adjust my chair there. In the primary race, Senators Hubert Humphrey and John F. Kennedy ran as an entry, with the former serving as the unwitting pacemaker. Both were led to the post by trusty ADA grooms. David C. Williams took leave from the ADA world to write his friend Humphrey's campaign speeches, ensuring their impeccable Fabian socialist colour. Senator Kennedy, generally considered an outsider, had a larger and more vigilant, stable crew. It numbered at least 3 ADA founders: Gardner Pat Jackson, an old New Dealer hired for young Kennedy by his father, Monroe Sweetland of the League for Industrial Democracy, and that improper Bostonian, Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. And remember, the League for Industrial Democracy, that was born out of the Intercollegiate Socialist Society. It's one and the same, but it just got a rebrand. At a later date, this circle was enlarged to include another ADA founder, the Canadian-born Professor J. Kenneth Galbraith, an authority on the evils of affluence, the socially acceptable Paul Nitze, an advisor on military policy and the non-existent missile gap, and Litauer Professor Seymour E. Harris, Grandmaster of the Mysteries of Keynesian Economics and Finance. Harris was also the co-author of an ADA-sponsored pamphlet on Medicare, and in 1962 would produce a study on the costs of higher education, which he judged should exceed $9.2 billion annually by 1969 to 1970. Meanwhile, former student ADAers Theodore Sorensen and Larry O'Brien served as legmen and exercise boys, recruiting swarms of crisp, crew-cut assistants for every local headquarters. A well-schooled ADA member, Professor James McGregor Burns of Williams, who had taken a special course of study at the London School of Economics, surprise, surprise, and we've got a footnote here about the LSE, so let's go down to that one. That's number 3. Concerning the London School of Economics, Margaret Cole, president of the Fabian Society, wrote in 1963, quote, "The argument which Webb might quite honestly have used, but apparently did not, that the study of economic and social facts would of itself produce socialist converts, turned out to be largely true. Whatever the political bias of its lecturers, the LSE retained and deserved for many a long day the reputation of being a manufactory of Reds." And that's from a review by Margaret Cole of Sir Sidney Kane's book, The History of the Foundation of the London School of Economics and Political Science, The Social Science Weekly, 1963. Let's go back to a well-schooled ADA member, Professor James McGregor Burns of Williams, who had taken a special course of study at the London School of Economics in 1949, was to write Kennedy's official campaign biography. Despite his own and his family's great wealth, Senator Kennedy did not possess enough intra-party strength of his own to afford the luxury of independence. In the Wisconsin and West Virginia primary sprints, Hubert Humphrey forced his younger rival John F. Kennedy, not previously known for any consistent political philosophy, to equal and outstrip him in liberal sentiments. While Humphrey's campaign was brief and afflicted by money troubles, apparently he was not informed in advance of his pacemaking role. He desperately wanted to be president. At the Democratic National Convention, with tears in his eyes, for he tended to weep like a child in distress, Humphrey was finally persuaded by Joseph Rao Jr. to throw his support to Kennedy. As a consolation prize, Hubert would be made Democratic whip of the Senate and permitted to name his former assistant Orville Freeman, Secretary of Agriculture in the Kennedy-Johnson administration. A reliable tip on the primary results was volunteered as early as March 1960 by the knowing Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. to a sympathetic newspaperman, James Reston. He confided, "Nostalgically, I am for Stevenson. Ideologically, I am for Humphrey, but realistically, I am for Kennedy." From the moment the Democratic Convention opened in Los Angeles, it was clear to all but the most unrealistic observers that Kennedy was the predestined winner. Despite his youth and less than distinguished performance in the Senate, he had many points to recommend him to a star-struck electorate. John F. Kennedy had the clean-cut, photogenic good looks of a motion picture hero, in addition to charm and breeding. In World War II, he had served with the Navy's Daredevil torpedo boat fleet in the Pacific and suffered enduring wounds. Having produced several best-selling books, he was considered an author and presumably an intellectual, yet he was actively interested in sports. Moreover, he had a devoted family, able and willing to spend an unlimited amount of money to put one of its sons in the White House. All this, and heaven too, Kennedy was certain he could deliver the Catholic vote. With his family and religious background, who would ever believe John F. Kennedy was committed, before his nomination, to carrying out a Fabian socialist program? Even left liberals were incredulous. Did not Pope Pius XI declare in 1931, quote, "No man can be at the same time a sincere Catholic and a true socialist"? At the Los Angeles Convention, Joseph Roe Jr., known as Walter Ruthersman, had some difficulty inducing bewildered ADA purists to cast their votes for Kennedy. Roe said he believed Kennedy to be a liberal, and doubtless he had reasons. As ADA's key man on the platform committee, Roe knew very well that the Democratic Party's radical platform was written months before the National Convention. By April 1960, Kennedy had an opportunity to see it in nearly final form. Far from objecting to its contents, Kennedy told Roe that he wanted above all things to campaign on a liberal platform. What else may have been said at the time is not reported. One thing, however, is sure. To win the affirmative backing of ADA's top brain trusters and of left-wing union leaders trained to drive hard bargains, and through these, to gain the practical support of the Democratic Party organization, substantial assurances were required. Perhaps the sharpest opposition to Kennedy within ADA came from its honorary president, Eleanor Roosevelt. Apparently, she nursed some resentment both on ideological and personal grounds against his father, former Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy. Eleanor Roosevelt's chief reason, however, for mistrusting Senator Kennedy was his failure to have taken a stand against Senator Joseph McCartney, bane of orthodox left liberals and communists in the 50s. From 1948, McCarthy had carried on what seemed at times to be a one-man campaign to alert the country to the dangers of communist infiltration in government. In the process, he seriously alarmed Fabian socialists who feared they might be the next to be exposed. The footnote for that says that communists have exploited such fears and continue to do so can be seen from the statement made in 1961 by US Communist Party leader Gus Hall. Quote, "No matter what one's attitudes may be towards the Communist Party, it must be recognized that the fight for its rights as a political party is a matter of defending the Bill of Rights and all democratic rights and peace forces, and not of the communists alone. This is an old lesson, but sometimes it has to be learned anew." That's from Gus Hall, The Ultra-Right Kennedy and the Role of Progressives in Political Affairs. And Rose Martin says, "This was the article which, with that fine inconsistency for which communists are noted, unleashed a general attack by all left-wing and liberal forces in the United States against the extreme right." Americans for Democratic Action waged a tireless vendetta against McCarthy through every medium at its command, even publishing and selling thousands of copies of a Senate subcommittee report on the senator's personal finances. In Britain, the New Statesman and other Fabian socialist-edited journals expressed shocked indignation at that man from Wisconsin who, according to them, was imperiling the American Bill of Rights, a document for which foreign as well as homegrown leftists often profess a touching concern. The agitation in educated circles on both sides of the Atlantic culminated in a resolution of censure against McCarthy by the US Senate. ADA claimed, and still claims today, to have been primarily responsible for that propaganda coup. If so, it was surely one of the strangest cases of political lobbying in congressional history. Analysis suggests that the Senate's 1954 resolution against McCarthy was in the nature of a test vote, demonstrating ADA's dominance in the Democratic Party organization, as well as its influence on liberal Republicans. As a young congressman, Kennedy had originally represented a working-class district in Boston made up almost entirely of Irish Catholic voters. They abhorred communism and idolized McCarthy, Republican though he was. In those days, Kennedy was outspokenly anti-communist in foreign affairs, but voted affirmatively with the Liberals on federal spending and Labour bills affecting his constituents. His father's hail-fellow well-met friendship with McCarthy was a distinct asset to Kennedy in Massachusetts. To some degree, John F. Kennedy owed his own election as senator in 1952 to McCarthy, who failed to go to Massachusetts that year and campaign for Kennedy's Republican opponent, Henry Cabot Lodge. When the resolution to censure McCarthy came up 2 years later in the Senate, Kennedy's voice was not heard. Being hospitalized at the time, he could not be present, though he could, of course, have paired his vote. For this, McCarthy's friends never forgave Kennedy, and neither did aggravated liberals like Eleanor Roosevelt. After his Pulitzer Prize-winning book Profiles in Courage appeared in 1956, Eleanor Roosevelt is said to have commented that, quote, Mr. Kennedy should show more courage and less profile. An unkind reference to the rumour that the Kennedy nose, broken years before in football, had been quietly remodeled by plastic surgery during his long stay in hospital. Sensitive as he was to criticism, somehow it was the barbs from the left that disturbed him most. What did they want me to do? Commit harakiri? He asked the reporter. Apparently, the more practical politicians in ADA realized it would have meant political suicide in Massachusetts for Kennedy to speak out against McCarthy and accepted his neutrality as a mark of deference to their side. Though Kennedy has been quoted in 1953 by the Saturday Evening Post as saying of Americans for Democratic Action, "I don't feel comfortable with those people," as time went on, he learned to suffer them more gladly. In part, his increased cordiality seems to have been due to the discreet efforts of his aides, Theodore Sorensen and Lawrence O'Brien. In part, to his own discovery that ADA held the whip hand in the Democratic Party. That uncomfortable fact was impressed upon Kennedy in 1956 when he tried and failed to win the Democratic nomination for the vice presidency. It was a fact to be seriously considered by a young man in a hurry, whose fond parents, brothers, and sisters quite literally expected him to become President of the United States. In token of his improving relations with the liberal left, the new leader for May 18, 1957, printed a well-advertised book review by Senator John F. Kennedy. It gave favorable notice to a liberally slanted history of the U.S. Senate, written by a political commentator who later became an ardent apologist for the Kennedy-Johnson administration. In September 1959, when Kennedy had already begun to look like a serious presidential contender, Alan Taylor, director of the New York State ADA, thoughtfully sent Ted Sorensen a long memorandum entitled "Liberals' Doubts About Kennedy" and "How to Handle Them." Evidently, Kennedy learned how, and it was a costly lesson. Not all the Kennedy family wealth, estimated at several hundred millions, could have paid for it. The price was his personal independence. On January the 20th, 1961, John F. Kennedy was sworn in as the 35th President of the United States. He had achieved the heights, but he had done so by one of the slimmest popular margins ever claimed for a victorious candidate, a mere 119,000 votes, in an election still regarded as doubtful by sober historians. Kennedy's inaugural speech, for which he is perhaps best remembered, summoned the United States to a long twilight struggle against the common enemies of mankind: tyranny, poverty, disease, and war itself. Surely a noble sentiment, if pursued by constitutional means and without destruction of the country's internal order or national sovereignty. Fired by the drama of the occasion and the beauty of the youthful president's rhetoric, few listeners asked by what means that global struggle would be waged. As months went by, the inference deepened that anyone who ventured to question the methods and underlying aims of the new administration was a cold-blooded advocate of tyranny, poverty, disease, and war. The questioners have now been silenced by the tragic circumstance that John F. Kennedy was assassinated less than 3 years after becoming president. Apparently, he was shot by a young assassin from the ranks of the far left, whose motives and connections have not yet been fully explained. Exploiting the natural grief of JFK's widow and relatives, as well as the emotions of a shocked American public, the same left liberal clique that helped put Kennedy in the White House endowed him with a halo of martyrdom. For month after month leading to the national elections of 1964, every form of heart appeal that could be devised by Fabian experts in mass psychology was utilized to keep sorrowing voters faithful to the party of JFK. The same elite core of left liberal intellectuals who had surrounded him as president now sought to perpetuate themselves or their alternates in power by perpetuating the memory of John K. Kennedy. Not quite as he was, but as a golden memory. De mortuis nil nisi bonum. During the last 9 years of his short but crowded lifetime, John F. Kennedy was sometimes compared by informed observers to Britain's leading Catholic Fabian, Lord Francis Pakenham. Both were Christian gentlemen of inherited wealth, secure social position, and Gaelic antecedents, although Pakenham came from a long line of Anglo-Irish landlords and Kennedy from Irish peasant stock. Both had style, grace, and good manners, though of the two, Kennedy was far better looking. They were frankly, but not crudely, ambitious. While they might normally have been expected to find their habitat in conservative politics, both found they could go farther, faster, by allying themselves with the Fabian socialist movement. Pakenham became a convinced Marxist by joining the Oxford City Labour Party of the middle 30s, where, as he has said, the name of Marx was on the tongue of every student and don. That's from Lord Pakenham's book, Born to Believe, page 79. Kennedy absorbed the Keynesian outlook almost imperceptibly at Harvard College after some desultory training at the London School of Economics, which his biographers usually took pains to minimize and which Wikipedia has completely denied by this point. Yet both were prominent Catholic laymen, Kennedy by birth and Pakenham by conversion. Neither seemed to perceive any conflict between the exercise of Catholic piety and the aims of international socialism, even though one papal encyclical after another has affirmed that the right to own productive property and enjoy its fruits is among the natural rights of mankind. Both were adroit, quick-witted, but not serious thinkers, and depended on others for ideas. At the request of the Fabian Socialist Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, Pakenham was made a peer, Lord-in-Waiting, and Privy Councillor, so that he could aid the Labour Party in the House of Lords. On being elevated to his new estate, he was received by the monarch, King George VI. It was a curious and moving encounter, the significance of which somehow escaped Lord Pakenham. He has told how the king looked at him long and penetratingly, and after a pause said suddenly, "Why did you join them?" The same question might have been asked about John F. Kennedy. Historically, the Kennedy-Johnson administration took office pledged to the most outspokenly radical program ever sponsored by an old-line political party in the United States. For publicity purposes, the administration was known as the New Frontier. The label was mystifying as applied to a casually elegant young man from Massachusetts whose entourage was heavily weighted with doctors of philosophy from the Ivy League universities. Hardly anyone, except the oldest New Dealers and a few scholars in the Anglo-American section of Fabian research, remembered that the progressive left-winger Henry Wallace once wrote a book called New Frontiers. Published in 1934, New Frontiers restated in glowing terms the philosophy and objectives of the New Deal, where, as the veteran Fabian socialist Harry Laidler has affirmed, one socialist demand after another was gratified. "We need now," wrote Wallace, "to redefine property rights in a way that will fairly meet the realities of today. Americans," he said, "must abandon the frugality, competitive spirit, and individualism of the old frontier, where men, quote, whether Protestant or Catholic, accepted implicitly the Protestant ethic." On the new frontier to come, Wallace said, socially disciplined men will work cooperatively to increase the wealth of the human race and apply their inventive skill to changing society itself. They will modify the governmental and political machinery as well as the monetary and price system to achieve a far wider possibility of social justice and social charity in the world. So enlisted, wrote Wallace, men may rightfully feel that they are serving a function as high as any minister of the gospel. They will not be communists, socialists, or fascists, but plain men trying to gain, by democratic methods, the professed objectives of communists, socialists, or fascists. Whatever its name, the imaginary new frontier described by Henry Wallace sounded very much like old-fashioned Fabian socialism. There were at least two old New Dealers on Kennedy's campaign staff, Gardner Jackson and Monroe Sweetland, who had worked in the Department of Agriculture under Wallace and shared many of his views. Undoubtedly, they remembered his vision of the new frontier. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., who wrote a history of the Roosevelt era, might also have been expected to be familiar with the Wallace book. In searching for a label to use during the Kennedy campaign and after, which implied a socialist commitment yet seemed merely picturesque to the general public, someone at Kennedy headquarters thought of borrowing the New Frontier tag from Wallace on the chance that few would identify the source. If the matter ever came up, it could always be explained away as purely coincidental. After presenting the new administration with a name, a philosophy and a platform, ADA brain trusters took precautions to make sure their program would be carried out. In the interim between Kennedy's election and inauguration, appropriate steps were taken to staff the White House and the departments at every level with ADA members, past or present, and their Fabian-schooled allies. Less than 3 weeks after the Democratic Party's close victory at the polls, Professor Samuel H. Beer of Harvard, then national chairman of ADA, wrote to congratulate his personal friend John F. Kennedy. Beer, described editorially as professor of government at Harvard, had contributed an article to the November 1956 issue of the British Fabian Journal entitled "Labour Rethinks Its Policy, an American View." From this, it could at least be inferred that he enjoyed direct contacts with Britain's Fabian socialists. Beer suggested that the new president's first public act should clearly demonstrate his intent to build a new frontier for America, with the help of forward-looking and imaginative public servants. Characteristically, competence was not mentioned. Yeah, you don't need competence to be a bureaucrat. Beer's letter to the president continued boldly. ADA has no interest in individuals as such. However, we feel that the appointment to high office of such men as Chester Bowles, Orville Freeman, Adlai Stevenson, and G. Menon Williams will signify to the world your determination to shape your administration in the image of your eloquent, liberal campaign. The 4 individuals named by Beer and many more ADA favorites were appointed to serve in the Kennedy-Johnson administration. Alert Washington newsman identified at least 36 important officials from cabinet rank down as past or present members of Americans for Democratic Action. Professor Brock, a friendly witness, not only confirmed the tally, but added that the number of ADA members serving in government posts, high and low, under the Kennedy-Johnson administration was in reality much larger than even some of its keener critics knew. The extent of infiltration, crowed Brock, is greater than Senator Goldwater dreams. Also, remember the Senator Goldwater, I talked about his book, I think on Tuesday's stream. Very interesting quotes in that book. And here is Professor Brock saying the extent of infiltration is greater than Senator Goldwater dreams. And actually, I don't think I picked out a quote to show you, did I, on the last stream? But bear with me a second, let me grab it. I did have a quick look at it afterwards, and it's right here in the content. So if you look down here, we got chapters 29 to 30, the beginning of the end, 31, tell the man to quit, 32, the non-elected president. And then if you go to 33, it says there's a chapter 33, surprise, it's chapter 33, the non-elected rulers. So that's page 277. And if you jump to page 277, where is it? What he does start talking about, so this is non-elected president, non-elected rulers. What he starts talking about is Council on Foreign Relations. So he talks quite a bit about Council on Foreign Relations. Zbigniew Brzezinski, David Rockefeller's protege, Institute of Pacific Relations, IPR, Governor Nelson Rockefeller, and then here, this bit. Oh, sorry, I didn't have it on camera there. This bit. Most Americans have no real understanding of the operation of the international money lenders. And he's talking about the bankers. The bankers want it that way. J.P. Morgan, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Schiff, Lehman, Rockefeller possess and control vast wealth. And he talks about the international bankers there. And the first bank of the United States, and how Wall Street banks contributed the financial muscle to elect Woodrow Wilson, and their agent was Colonel E.M. House, became the most powerful figure in the Wilson administration. Then you got a bit about Warburg, you got a bit about the Federal Reserve, and also a quote here from Anselm Rothschild about, give me the power to make the nation's money, and I do not care who makes the laws. Just to point out that is all from a book written by a United States Senator, Barry Goldwater. And that should really say a United States conspiracy theorist. But it's not theory, is it? So that's why I wanted to that's why I mentioned that on the last stream. But I couldn't remember whereabouts in the book the interesting bits were. But that is so that's who Senator Goldwater is, and he has that book. And the extent of infiltration is greater than Senator Goldwater dreams, according to this Professor Brock. So it's even worse than Goldwater knew. Tree Dude, hello. How are you doing? Okay, where were we? Here. Just as every key post in the British Labour Party government from 1945 to 1951 was admittedly held for some time at least by a member of the Fabian Society, American Fabian socialists seemed to have achieved somewhat similar status under the Kennedy-Johnson administration. While this phenomenon of infiltration was frequently noted in whole or in part, no one could say just how it occurred. Perhaps the simplest and most logical explanation is that the majority of left liberal appointments were made through routine patronage channels. Anyone familiar with Washington realizes that a president is in somewhat the same situation as an author who receives some 10 free copies of his book to give to personal friends and connections, the remainder being distributed in the routine order of business. For the most part, government appointments high and low, not excluding persons who have qualified for the higher civil service ratings, are cleared through the county, state, and national committees of the party in power. That fact does not relieve a president of responsibility for appointments announced by the White House, but it does indicate the extent of ADA control over the Democratic Party machinery. That is, an extent necessary to place so large a number of hand-picked employees in all branches of the federal government. Evidently, the relationship of ADA to the Democratic Party in America approximated, if it did not equal, that of the London Fabian Society to the British Labour Party. Most of the top government spots had been filled in February the 10th, 1961, when ADA Chairman Beer and 3 colleagues called to pay their respects in person to President Kennedy. For the first time since Truman's day, representatives of ADA were welcomed as such at the White House. In requesting the interview, Beer had written to the President's appointment secretary, quote, "I want to make it clear that it is program, not jobs, in which we are interested." After the conference, where economic policy and civil rights were discussed, Beer commented, quote, "We felt that in both fields the President's objectives were ours, and that he was attempting and would attempt to pursue them just as far as he politically could." No public reference was made to mutual aims in the fields of foreign and military policy, relating to world development, cooperation with communist nations, de facto disarmament, and eventual federal union of all nations in a socialized world. Those delicate undertakings were left to selected, Fabian-trained officials and consultants manning the government at strategic points who could be depended upon to pursue their objectives systematically in consultation with Social Democrat officials abroad. White House ghost writers, better versed in the Fabian classics than in simple arithmetic, even supplied the president with a space-age version of the Independence Day comments made by Edward Bellamy in 1892. So Edward Bellamy, if you remember, was the book that was on the Wikipedia article, the author of the book on the Wikipedia article about World Federation, the book Looking Backwards. In a speech delivered at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, of all places, on July the 4th, 1962, President Kennedy, quote, virtually proposed to repeal the Declaration of Independence in favor of a Declaration of International Interdependence. That's from the New York Times, that quote. To a passive and somnolent audience, he declared, quote, "But I will say here, and now on this day of independence, that the United States will be ready for a declaration of interdependence, that we will be prepared to discuss with a united Europe the ways and means of forming a concrete Atlantic partnership, a mutually beneficial partnership between the new Union now emerging in Europe and the old American Union founded here 175 years ago. Today, Americans must learn to think continentally." These words were spoken on the 186th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Other echoes of the cooperative commonwealth, foretold long ago by Edward Bellamy, father of the American Fabian movement, were revived by friendly Keynesian economists in anticipation of the 1964 election contest. No mention was made of their literary inspiration, which was obvious to socialists but unknown to the average citizen, namely Bellamy's Looking Backward, a novel depicting socialist America in the year 2000. In March 1963, a 23-man research team employed by an organization called Resources for the Future released a 987-page report. It described the material wonders that the common man in America would enjoy in the year 2000, assuming, of course, that the Keynesian policies adopted by the Kennedy-Johnson administration were continued indefinitely. Financial support for the study was supplied by the Ford Foundation at the expense of the American taxpayer. Shocker. Ford Foundation. By combining Keynesian theory with production and population statistics and feeding the mixture into electronic computers, the young researchers came up with precise figures on what the year 2000 would hold. Any possibility of war, pestilence, or bankruptcy was omitted from their calculations. Economic scarcity would no longer exist in that future America, where atomic reactors would supply only peaceful power. Automobiles with wings would outnumber adult citizens, and the average family income would be $11,000 per year, without reference to purchasing power. Apart from such attention-catching items, an interesting feature of this forecast was its assumption that federal spending would increase in very much the same ratio as industrial production and gross national product. In short, an ever-expanding government would continue to appropriate an overall 20% to 25% of the nation's annual income. The miraculous pitcher would continue to pour milk and honey without interruption, while the tax pressures under which the average American operates today would simply be multiplied by 5. A demand for continuous economic growth, which calls for production to rise each year like a supermarket's sales figures, was first voiced by New Frontier spokesman in the 1960 presidential campaign. It was based upon the latest post-Keynesian mystery, the gross national product, officially adopted as an index of prosperity by the Kennedy-Johnson administration. Just how the gross national product itself is computed has never been clearly explained to the public. A clue to the process, however, was offered by Newton N. Minow, an early New Frontiersman who formerly headed the Federal Communications Commission. At a 1963 symposium arranged in Los Angeles by the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, wayward grandchild of the Ford Foundation, Minow stated bluntly, quote, "Nearly 15% of our national workforce is already employed by the local, state, or federal government, and this represents almost a third of the gross national product. So, the government can increase the gross national product at will by the simple device of hiring more and more public servants, thereby increasing the ranks of an ADA-educated and chosen bureaucracy. A variation of this method of improving the nation's prosperity image is to give frequent and substantial pay rises to government and state employees, especially in the higher brackets." Yeah, that's really important stuff, actually, about how this whole system works. Because one of the most revealing things to me about, like, from this book is the revelations about John Maynard Keynes, his involvement, the kind of artificial pushing of his theories and ideas, and the massive growth in federal employees, state employees, and over here in the UK, it's the civil servants. That is in large part responsible for any of the, if not all, of the quote good things that these people and these movements achieve, I think. So that is quite a key bit about that. And just mainly that bit and the page before, wasn't it? That demand for continuous economic growth, which Keynesian economics is based on. Two assumptions dangerous to the future of constitutional government in America are concealed in the tricky concept of the gross national product. First, the notion that government is entitled to take a percentage of the rising national income each year, irrespective of national necessities, and second, that a government has the right to base its budget estimates on the private resources of individuals and companies. Recalling that the original purpose of Keynesian economics was to provide a method for a peaceful transition to socialism in the United States, it becomes apparent that the economic policy adopted under ADA tutelage by the Kennedy-Johnson administration in effect gives a green light to socialism on the high-speed Fabian, Freeway. Such an important, critical part is the economics and the money and how this sort of thing works, right? Dissembling their joy at the trend of administration policy, left liberals outside the government maintained a critical attitude and continued to call for greater speed. For the most part, their grumbling was confined to their own special groups and house organs, while ADA commentators, both on the air and in the daily press, strove to rally broad popular support for the Kennedy-Johnson administration. In the call to its annual convention in May 1963, Americans for Democratic Action declared gravely that, quote, the record of the Kennedy administration so far has been one of accommodation to its critics of the right. The New Republic commented editorially on June 1, 1963, that, quote, in general, the Kennedy performance is less impressive than the Kennedy style. It even charged the administration with a lamentable tendency to yield to business pressures. For example, said the New Republic, the admirable goal of the Alliance for Progress, in effect U.S. sponsorship of a peaceful social revolution, has been compromised by the administration's reluctance to tangle with influential business and property interests, both North and South American. This type of needling by friendly critics was evidently intended to direct the administration more firmly on the route international socialism felt it should take. There's a couple of footnotes down here. This one's quite a big one, so we'll have a look at that. It's 27. It is interesting to note that this rebuke coincided with the return to London on May the 23rd, 1963, of a Socialist International mission to Latin America. An account of that mission, contained in the Secretary's report to the Congress of the Socialist International, read as follows, quote, the chairman of the Socialist International, Ailing Anderson, died almost immediately after his return from the Interparliamentary Union Conference in Brazil, where he had done valuable contact work for the realization of the decision of the Oslo Council to send a mission to Latin America. The members, Max Diamant and Yehuda Schuster, left London on the 25th of March and returned on the 23rd of May 1963. They visited the following countries: Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, where they met leading representatives of the socialist and popular parties. This type of needling, we read that bit. At the same time, such comments helped to disarm conservative critics and to disguise the fact that the Kennedy-Johnson administration was in reality a chosen instrument of Fabian socialism. While giving space to left-wing complaints about the administration, the New Republic, still considered the opposite number to Britain's Fabian-edited New Statesman, was usually careful to print an answer by some prominent ADA brain truster. In its issue of May the 25th, 1963, one Herbert Rowan had expressed the dissatisfaction of certain Keynesian economists at President Kennedy's apparent unwillingness to spend more money and incur larger deficits. The following week, Professor Seymour E. Harris hastened to defend the administration's record for liberality, pointing out that from 1953 to 1961, Eisenhower's annual expenditures rose by $7 billion, while Kennedy's, in a mere 3 years, rose by $17 billion. Harris explained in all seriousness that President Kennedy would have been glad to spend more, but was prevented by the temper of Congress from doing so. Whether or not the sniping from the left had an effect, the annual budget announced by the Kennedy-Johnson administration nudged $100 billion. To the New Republic's Washington correspondent, who was disturbed about Kennedy's latter-day overtures to selected business groups, Professor Harris replied that it is still important to maintain the confidence of businessmen. While government must be careful not to yield to their demands, said he, there is no harm in speaking kindly to them. By way of authority, Harris quoted the oracle of modern left liberals, John Maynard Keynes, who once wrote in a letter to Franklin D. Roosevelt, quote, "It is a mistake to think that they, businessmen, are more immoral than politicians. If you work them into the surely obstinate, terrified mood of which domestic animals wrongly handled are so capable, the nation's burdens will not get carried to market." This humane attitude, so reminiscent of the SPCA, has inspired some false hopes among businessmen, as well as some unfounded fears among left liberals. It was commended by Keynesian advisors to President Kennedy as well as to his successor, President Johnson. Less than 6 months later, all criticism from the left or the right was abruptly hushed when John F. Kennedy was suddenly and inexplicably struck down by an assassin's bullet. Before the presidential airplane left Dallas for Washington, carrying the casket of the slain chief of state, the next chief executive had been sworn in. By an unexpected stroke of fate, Vice President Lyndon Baines Johnson, whose hopes of reaching the White House appeared to have been permanently dashed in 1960, became the 36th President of the United States. The panoply of the late president's state funeral and the 4-week period of official mourning that followed veiled the inevitable maneuvers going on behind the scenes to procure continuance of the political status quo. Among the foreign dignitaries who flew to America to pay their final respects to John F. Kennedy was Harold Wilson, parliamentary leader of the British Labour Party and acting chairman of the Socialist International. Not unnaturally, Wilson took the opportunity to discuss the probable future with old and loyal friends of the London Fabian Society in Washington, including the aging columnist Walter Lippmann. I expected that to be a list there, but it wasn't. Including the aging columnist Walter Lippmann. Puzzled news correspondents reported that on the return trip from Arlington Cemetery, where John F. Kennedy had just been interred, the new president, Lyndon B. Johnson, made an unscheduled detour. He stopped off for a 40-minute conference at the Georgetown home of Walter Lippmann. From this oddly timed gesture, the trend of the incoming administration might have been foreseen. Interesting. And that's the end of part 1. I'm going to take a quick break to have a sip and review the comments. Okay, let's have a look. Nothing new on Odyssey and Rumble. We've got a few on YouTube though. Frank Leonard is saying some revelation about JFK and wow, McCarthy was on the right track after all. And also the Goldwater book would be a good one for the next voting list. Yeah, thank you. It is interesting. I think what we've got to remember, I'll just move that, is, what's the quote? You shall know them by their fruits. You know, looking at the actions and the outcomes and the things that happened, the laws that were signed, the bills that were passed, the expansion of the deficit, more deficit spending, the growth of the bureaucracy, more civil servants, more bureaucrats, federal employees. We've got to look at the actions taken and try to put aside the legends and the myths and even the political parties. It's kind of meaningless, isn't it? I think it's hard to do because we're so ingrained and indoctrinated into thinking of people a certain way, especially public figures such as JFK. He was a hero, wasn't he? He was a hero and he was assassinated and it was tragic, but people forget that he came from, like Rose Martin saying, is a very wealthy family. And why is he not suspected of being controlled and manipulated? I mean, just the fact that that he got into the president's position. It said she said that he didn't really have a platform that he stuck to and he stood by. He sounded like he was quite malleable, and they knew that he was good looking and charismatic and so on, and that they could use him. And I think what we're kind of seeing and learning in a lot of these books is that there's this, you've really got to look at the organizations and the actions that were taken and the trajectory of what has actually happened since this time. And rather than looking at oh, the Labour Party did this and then the Tory Party did that, and playing that party politics game, which just never gets anyone anywhere. So yeah, very surprising. I feel like her case about JFK is not as like concrete as some of the previous parts of the book, but it could just be that I need to review this chapter and get familiar with all the names and the events. But as for the Goldwater book, I'm not sure if it might go on the list. It just depends if there's a little warning in the first page that tells me not to do that. Tree Jude, I already said hello, didn't I? And you said wolf, sheep, t-shirt? No, I know that. Wolf in sheep clothing. Yes, exactly. The Fabian socialist emblem. Frank says, into electronic computers, garbage in, garbage out. Think climate change computer models of today. Yeah, exactly. Immune to PR says, GMP is now GDP? Question mark. I am not sure. But it could be, right? Rosemary, I worked for council, live in a council home, had to pay council rent tax, put on my timesheet slave. Sedes or Seeds, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Good evening, just dropped in to say hello. So far, I'm only on part 4. Well, enjoy catching up and consider listening on 1.5 speed. They're audible. I re-listen on 1.5 speed to try and soak up more of the detail that we go through, and it's very listenable on 1.5 speed. I find. Rosemary says you can see how important education indoctrination was to them. London conference went down another rabbit hole. Red flags. Yeah. Yeah, it's very clear and early on in the book that they really target universities, get their professors into university, build their own unit. They build the London School of Economics, They just create their own educational institutions, and then they make sure that they radicalize and indoctrinate the youth, knowing that the youth will grow up to be the taxpayers of the future and the taxpayers of the future. So they're conditioning the youth to accept this greater tax burden, this more convoluted bureaucracy that does nothing and provides nothing, yet soaks up all this income from the tax base, and they're working to prepare the youth's minds for that reality when it eventually happens, and they grow up and they're in the system, and they're having their wages docked. This is the long-term planning and the gradualism in effect. So the key takeaway from that section we just read to me was this this increase in the the increase in the budget under Kennedy, because I think that's the thing that happens no matter who gets voted in, isn't it? Like the taxes still get collected, the foreign aid keeps getting dished out. And there's a few minor little things that people argue over about changing, but it's never anything major. It's never anything structural. The structures and the institutions always exist and continue. The private banks keep going. The fiat currency keeps going. The deficit spending keeps going. And so that's why, I think voting is kind of a performative ritual that really doesn't do anything. The topics up for discussion and debate are like, deck chairs on the Titanic type stuff. So that's just me, though. Okay, let us plow on with part 2. I'll just move the mic again and have another sip. Part 2. If anyone doubted that President Johnson meant to continue the socialist-inspired policies, both foreign and domestic, of his Democratic Party forebears, such uncertainties were speedily resolved by his own public utterances. In January, he told the nation, quote, "We are going to take all the money that we think is being unnecessarily spent and take it from the haves and give it to the have-nots." That's it in a nutshell right there, isn't it? Really. Just that little bit. President Johnson, just telling you exactly what it's all about here. It's that bit there that we think is being unnecessarily spent. Well, who are you to make that call and that judgment exactly? Oh, well, George Bernard Shaw's friend, and I went to Eton or Oxford and London School of Economics, and I'm the person who knows what is appropriate and what is not. And of course, I need a massive salary for the privilege and the complexity of performing this role for you all. Addressing the General Assembly of the United Nations, Johnson announced he wanted to see, quote, the Cold War end at once, and especially to see, quote, a new deal on a world scale, coming to developing nations just, quote, as it came to America 30 years ago. And that was all quoted from the New York Times. News photographers who had been instructed that President Johnson's pictures were to be taken from the left profile only perceived, as the Richmond news leader remarked, that his image was better from the left than from the right. To the great American public, however, always eager to believe the best of an incoming president, the drift of Johnson's statements was not immediately apparent. Even more than John F. Kennedy, though for very different reasons, Lyndon B. Johnson, who had been so sharply attacked by Americans for democratic action in 1960, seemed an unlikely instrument of the Fabian socialist world planners, a non-intellectual whose reading matter for years had been confined to the daily papers, the Congressional Record, and tales of early Texas history. He was surely no academic disciple of John Maynard Keynes. As his biographers reveal, Johnson was a product of the New Deal school of spend and elect politics, in which Franklin D. Roosevelt had been a past master. On the surface, he appeared to be merely a tall, hard-eyed professional politician from the Southwest, with a long record of wheeling and dealing on Capitol Hill. Johnson, however, revered power in every form and had displayed no hesitation about accumulating it as opportunities arose. Having begun his career as a poor but ambitious graduate of a small Texas teachers' college, he lacked the style and literary éclat of John F. Kennedy. Nevertheless, Lyndon B. Johnson and his helpmate, Lady Bird, were one of the wealthiest couples in their own right ever to occupy the White House. Though he made no disclosure of personal assets on taking office, the joint worth of the Johnsons and their daughters was estimated to be no less than $9 million and possibly as much as $15 million. The business acumen of gentle Lady Bird Johnson has been credited with pyramiding a modest inheritance of $67,000 into a handsome fortune during the 23 years her husband served in an increasingly potent capacity in Congress. If she was not the beneficiary of special favors incidental to her husband's position, she may be ranked with Hetty Green as one of the shrewdest women in American financial annals. White House aides insist President Johnson never intervened in his wife's business affairs, directly or indirectly. According to John Barton of the Washington Star, however, Texans who have had dealings with the Austin, Texas television station, which is owned 84.5% by Lady Bird Johnson and her daughters, are prepared to state otherwise. Lyndon Baines Johnson first appeared on Capitol Hill in 1931, just before the New Deal dawned. He was employed on the staff of Congressman Richard Kleberg. Kleberg? 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 I'm not sure about that one. Member of the family that owned the fabulous King Ranch and a respected leader in South Texas. Although the congressman was outspokenly critical of the Roosevelt administration, somehow Johnson managed to inject himself into its good graces. Old inhabitants of Kleberg Country and adjacent Texas counties still claim to have knowledge that Johnson betrayed his original benefactor, Dick Kleberg, but no details have ever been made public. At any rate, young Lyndon was appointed Texas Director of the National Youth Administration in 1935 and was commended for rare efficiency by Aubrey Williams, its national administrator. In 1937, Johnson was elected to the House of Representatives on a platform supporting FDR's Supreme Court packing plan. As a reward, President Roosevelt asked that the freshman lawmaker be assigned to the important Naval Affairs Committee, and thereafter seems to have taken a fatherly interest in his career. Free federal money was invariably forthcoming for projects in Johnson's home district, assuring his election for 5 more successive terms. Johnson has since been quoted as saying sentimentally to political audiences, "Franklin D. Roosevelt was a second daddy to me." Johnson ran for the United States Senate in 1948 on an anti-union labor plank and was seated by a scant margin of 87 contested votes. One of his more zealous backers was George Parr of San Diego, Texas, known as the Duke of Duval Country. Parr was the political boss and absolute monarch of several Spanish-speaking countries near the Mexican border, where a primitive gun-toting style of politics prevailed. In the 1948 election, returns from Precinct 13 in Alice, Texas, county seat of Parr-ruled Jim Wells Country, gave 765 votes to Johnson as compared to 80 for his opponent, although only 600 ballots had been issued for that precinct. With a statewide count showing Johnson to be the loser by 113 votes, he made a victory statement on September 2nd, 1948. Next day, a recount in Alice produced a new total of 967 votes for Lyndon, giving him his famous 87-vote victory. Inspection of the Alice polling list by a Texas Ranger and 2 former FBI agents disclosed that some 200 names had been added in a different shade of ink. Several of those individuals, when interviewed, testified they had not voted. Others, not interviewed, were found to be deceased. Again, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, but it sure does rhyme. Oh, in this case, it repeats, doesn't it? Because didn't this happen very recently? As might have been expected, fraud was charged. An injunction was issued, and a hearing ordered by Federal Judge T. Whitfield Davidson of the Northern District of Texas. After several hasty appeals by Johnson to other courts had been denied, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black obligingly set aside the Texas ruling, and no public hearing was ever held. The memory of those fateful events, however, lingers in the town of Alice, in spite of Parr's repeated and none too gentle attempts to lay the ghost of that disputed election. It has returned again and again to haunt Lyndon Johnson. The truth is that even in his own home state, Johnson was never a very popular figure. He was what might be called a politician's politician. Undismayed, Johnson went to the Senate and was named Democratic Party whip in 1951. At approximately the same time, a former congressional page boy named Bobby Jean Baker was engaged as Assistant Democratic Senate Secretary. During Johnson's first term in the Senate, as the Washington Star has noted, he served on the Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction over the Federal Communications Commission. The Commission, in turn, regulates and licenses all radio and television broadcasting stations, including the station owned by Lady Bird Johnson in Austin, Texas, whose worth has been enhanced by a notable lack of local competition. No questions were asked about the number of out-of-state business firms that bought advertising time on the Austin station, although they dispense no products or services on the Texas market. About a year after becoming whip, Johnson succeeded to the post of Democratic floor leader in the Senate. His young lieutenant, Bobby Baker, was promptly promoted from assistant to Democratic Senate Secretary, with Republicans holding the upper house, though only by a frail majority of 1. Johnson still found it useful, beginning in 1952, to cooperate with the Eisenhower administration, although noisemakers in ADA attacked Johnson in 1955 for giving tacit support to, quote, a Republican assault on liberalism. He was vigorously defended by Senator Hubert Humphrey, former ADA national chairman. Ironically, much patronage flowed to Johnson during Eisenhower's 2 terms as president. particularly after the off-year election success of the Democrats in 1958 made Johnson majority leader of the Senate. His personal power and influence now extended into both parties. He was a man to be courted and feared. Bland or cajoling in his lighter moods, he was said to display a hair-trigger temper and an unrestricted vocabulary when crossed. By applying what Capitol Hill veterans describe as a combination of the carrot and the stick, whose use was determined by an intimate knowledge of his colleagues' political problems or personal foibles, Johnson gained the reputation for being able to get results in Congress on practically any kind of legislation. In those operations, it has been suggested, the stack of banknotes kept on hand in the office of Democratic Senate Secretary Baker may occasionally have played a part, as well as certain after-hours gaieties organized by Baker that seemed more designed to entrap than to entertain. Bobby Jean was Johnson's enforcer and frequent go-between, one of the Senate's incorruptibles. The Honorable John R. Williams of Delaware eventually forced the resignation of Baker by demanding an inquiry into the latter's far-flung business activities. It appeared that Bobby Jean had been selling everything but the Capitol Dome and had made side money for himself amounting to more than $2 million. Congressional circles were amused when Lyndon Johnson, then vice president, issued a straight-faced denial that Bobby Baker was ever a protege of his. The close association between Democratic leader Johnson and Democratic Senate Secretary Baker had been a matter of common knowledge on the Hill. As late as 1960, while campaigning in South Carolina, Johnson told Baker's father, "Bobby Jean is my strong right arm, the last man I see at night, the first one I see in the morning." It was hard to believe the shrewd and energetic majority leader did not know what his right arm was doing and had even forgotten that he had one. Lyndon Johnson was among the notables who attended the grand opening of Bobby Baker's motel in Ocean City, Maryland. Called before a Senate committee, Baker calmly refused to answer 125 questions on grounds of possible self-incrimination. He could do so with impunity, thanks to a Supreme Court decision barring citations for contempt by congressional investigating bodies. Though a whitewash was charged, the inquiry was closed and Baker escaped without penalties. By then, all direct communication between Johnson and Baker had ceased. It was remarked, however, that Bobby Baker's counsel at the Senate hearings was Abe Fortas, personal legal advisor to Lyndon Johnson, and more recently, a trusted member of the president's kitchen cabinet. No rumors of corruption, but the fact that he had regularly voted against civil rights legislation led the majority of ADA intellectuals to denounce Lyndon Johnson in 1960. Only a handful of specialists known to the Fabian International Bureau were aware that Johnson's dual role during the Eisenhower administration had in reality helped to promote ADA socialist international programs of the 1950s, chiefly in the fields of foreign aid and military spending. Such policy was normally conveyed to the State Department as the fruit of impartial research via some high-level bipartisan organization like the Council on Foreign Relations or the American Assembly. Legislation required to finance it was passed without difficulty as a result of Johnson's cooperative attitude in the Senate. Though the patronage made available to him by a grateful Republican administration, a number of ADA-approved Democrats were quietly appointed to positions in the Departments of State and Defense, the very areas where, as Arthur Schlesinger Jr. had announced in the Fabian International Review, American Fabian socialists intended to gain control. Johnson could only have accomplished such feats by operating under at least nominally conservative colours, thus damaging his reputation among left liberals. By voting with an influential group of Southern senators on domestic issues about which they felt strongly, he was able to win their support for other projects where ADA spokesmen like Humphrey or Douglas would have failed. Since secrecy was necessary to avoid compromising delicate operations, Johnson resigned himself to incurring the wrath of most left-wingers, although, as he has since announced freely, he was always a New Deal liberal at heart. It is not surprising, therefore, that otherwise well-informed ADA leaders expressed definite resentment against Johnson during and after the 1960 Democratic Convention. Joseph Rowe, Jr. has told of the dismay and sense of personal betrayal he felt on hearing that Lyndon Johnson had been chosen as Kennedy's running mate in the 1960 campaign. Rowe's sentiments were echoed by David Dubinsky and other influential members of ADA. Some threatened to bolt the ticket or split their endorsement, but in the end were dissuaded from doing so. John F. Kennedy had personally invited Johnson to be his running mate, reportedly calling him by telephone in the early morning hours. Previously, Johnson had declared he would refuse second place on the ticket. Not unnaturally, there was more speculation as to what led him to change his mind. One realistic account, attributed to a source close to Kennedy, went as follows. Johnson demurred at first, saying he would rather be majority leader of the Senate. To this, Kennedy answered coldly and clearly, "What makes you think you'll still be majority leader?" After a thoughtful silence, Johnson yielded. He consented to run for the vice presidency, but reserved the right to run simultaneously for the Senate. It was generally assumed Kennedy's choice of Johnson, who had fought him so bitterly in the primaries, was dictated by political considerations. Apparently, Kennedy did not think it safe just yet to write off the Southern vote, as Rowe and other ADA leaders urged him to do. Johnson's name on the ticket might be helpful in holding the South for the Democrats. That was the picture in 1960. 4 years later, a somewhat more emotional explanation of Johnson's change of mind was circulated. Early in June 1964, White House correspondents quoted President Johnson as saying that John F. Kennedy had had a premonition of death and deliberately chose Johnson to succeed him, explaining, quote, "You are the man I'd want to be president if anything happens to me." It was those words, Johnson claimed, which decided him to run for the vice presidency. If Kennedy said such a thing, it might have been intended more as an appeal to human vanity than as a solemn intimation of his own end, remembering that he had just been nominated and was wholly absorbed by the prospect of the political battles ahead. It is improbable he looked very far beyond the coming November. Moreover, he was young, strong and cheerful, not given to dark forebodings. Indeed, Johnson, who was nearly 10 years older and had already suffered one massive heart attack, might well have been expecting to predecease him. Far from being a serious contribution to history, the story released by the White House in June 1964 seemed no more than a rather ghoulish bit of campaign propaganda. Calculated to impress superstitious persons, it gave the effect of an endorsement from the grave. In a sense, Johnson had begun campaigning for re-election within a day or so after he took the oath of office. On November 24, 1963, just 2 days after the assassination, the Los Angeles Times printed a feature about Johnson from Washington which said, quote, "Mr. Johnson was trained deliberately for the presidency, almost as if there had been a premonition in President Kennedy's mind." Superficially, there were changes when the Johnson family moved into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Chic was replaced by folksiness, gilded youth by a fatherly air, which at times appeared slightly forced. In the anteroom to the president's office, the 10-gallon hat took precedence over the Homburg. As far as the staff was concerned, the changes were equally superficial. Of course, Johnson brought in his own long-time personal aides to deal with the press and the public. Ted Sorensen and Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. departed. The former was replaced by speechwriter Sidney Hyman of the liberal Washington Post, the latter by Eric Goldman, an old friend of ADA, who was asked to set up a screening service at Princeton to enlist a fresh supply of brain trusters and planners. ADA, it seemed, was playing a game of musical chairs. Left liberal professors in the executive offices receded into the background or returned to their accustomed haunts. Jerome Wisner, who had headed the National Science Council, went back to MIT, and Walter Heller of the Council of Economic Advisors announced he would soon be leaving. The most prominent holdover was McGeorge Bundy, Harvard Dean of Arts and Sciences, who, as chief of the National Security Council, now briefed the new president daily. For every left liberal who vanished, however, another, often less easily identified, took his place. ADA infiltration, as Professor Brock had crowed, was so widespread both in the White House and the departments that a few changes really changed nothing at all. It was to be expected that Johnson, offspring of the New Deal Fair Deal, would turn to advisors of his own political generation. He preferred them to be non-official rather than office fixtures. They aroused less comment that way. The new president's counselors were prosperous attorneys of long residence in Washington, whom Johnson had known for years. Except for Clark Clifford, an accommodating, practical politician who had served in the White House under Truman, all were known to lean to the left. Senior members of Johnson's informal cabinet was Dean Acheson, former protege and lifelong friend of the New Deal's architect-in-chief, Felix Frankfurter. As Undersecretary and Secretary of State in the years following World War II, Dean Acheson had been instrumental in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. He was identified with the school of diplomacy which had allowed Soviet Russia to occupy Eastern Europe and the Baltic states with no more than token protest and no resistance, delivered mainland China to red rule, and launched the destructive no-win policy in Korea. He was the man who had refused to turn his back on Alger Hiss. To adult Americans who remembered the past, the return of Acheson had the eerie quality of a returning nightmare. Dean Acheson's role as a confidant of President Johnson seemed to guarantee the tenure of his former assistant, Dean Rusk, and the coterie of former Rhodes Scholars at the State Department. This, in turn, assured the continuance of a Fabian-inspired foreign policy which favoured socialist and even communist nations, while demanding the progressive sacrifice of America's wealth, strength, and prestige. William Bundy, brother of McGeorge, took over the post of Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs, once held by Rusk. Walt Whitman Rostow was assigned to steer the Alliance for Progress, apparently to speed the peaceful development of socialism in Latin America as a step toward achieving his declared goal of world government. Other informal advisors of President Johnson were James Rowe Jr., a charter member of the Fabian ADA, and Abe Fortas of the firm of Arnold, Fortas & Porter, which had defended 2 generations of communist and left liberals in Washington. Once a Department of the Interior aide under Harold Ikes, Fortas was an expert in the political uses of public works, a talent which Johnson evidently proposed to utilize after his own re-election. Had not Arthur Schlesinger Jr. once predicted that the United States would advance to socialism through a series of New Deals? While Fortas was not directly identified with ADA, his law partner, Paul A. Porter, had been a member of its original Committee on Economic Stability. Johnson had promptly named Fortas to the commission, headed by Chief Justice Earl Warren, assigned to investigate the Kennedy assassination and improve on the massive report already submitted by J. Edgar Hoover. A lifelong advocate of civil liberties for leftists, Fortas could be counted upon to help make sure that the assassination did not precipitate an unfavorable public reaction against communists or socialists. Like Kennedy, Johnson was learning how to handle the liberals, or vice versa. The doubts expressed by so many ADA members a few years earlier were now converted into endorsements as he threw his weight behind one new frontier project after another. the subsidized wheat sale to Russia, the campaign year tax cut, the Civil Rights Bill, which, by implication, denied civil rights to service industries and promised a return to Reconstruction days in the South. All were dutifully, even vigorously backed by Johnson. In the area of national defense, he gave free rein to Secretary Robert McNamara, the former professor who personified the dictum of Mirabeau that to administer is to rule. Once a spokesman for unrestrained military spending, Johnson now seconded McNamara's economy program, which involved a gradual phase-out of the manned bomber by 1970, along with the progressive curtailment of nuclear weapons. To that end, Johnson himself issued an executive order stopping production of uranium and plutonium for military purposes. President Johnson's unconditional surrender to ADA programs was perhaps the clearest testimonial to ADA's position of power in the Democratic Party. For power was one thing Johnson always recognized and respected. If he hoped to be re-elected, he must have ADA support. Almost plaintively, he reiterated in public statements that he really and truly was a liberal, and stressed his devotion to the memory of FDR. To Robert Spivak of New York Herald Tribune, Johnson remarked, "You say I am not a liberal. Let me tell you that I am more liberal than Eleanor Roosevelt, and I will prove it to you." Presumably, the final proof of the pudding was to be postponed until after the 1964 national elections. To ADA's annual Roosevelt Day dinners, President Johnson sent special greetings in 1964. Among other things, the president's message said, quote, "I was a Roosevelt man, lock, stock, and barrel. In many ways, he was my spiritual father." Reaction to this statement by members of the clergy attending the national dinner in Washington is not recorded. The president also praised ADA for its, quote, "early advocacy of a test ban treaty long before such support was popular." At the same time, Johnson was cautious, ever mindful of the perils of a campaign year. References to ADA as a left-wing organization were stricken from the 1964 edition of his biography by Booth Mooney, a former Johnson staff employee. A White House dinner for labor leaders and their wives, arranged by advice of David Dubinsky, was quickly followed by another dinner for hand-picked leaders of business and industry. Both social events proved politically rewarding. The first resulted in an endorsement of Johnson by AFL-CIO brass at its Atlantic City convention, the latter in well-publicized pledges to vote for Johnson by a few prominent industrialists. There's a footnote down here. It says, "It is a fact not generally known that the business leaders who made these endorsements of Johnson also happened to be trustees of the Committee for Economic Development, an organization which enjoys the benefits of, quote, close consultation and discussion with its Fabian-steered counterpart in Britain known as PEP. On May the 4th, he told a group of Labour leaders, quote, "The time has come for Labour and government and business to agree that we are going to achieve and keep full employment." Full employment is the guarantee of communism, isn't it? And how do you keep full employment? Well, you employ everyone in the state's bureaucracy. One cannot help wondering if Johnson knew that the seemingly harmless phrase full employment is the keystone of Keynesian economics, an invention of Fabian socialists created to lure the United States towards full-scale socialism. Apparently, Johnson, like Kennedy, was surrounded by left liberal idea men and speechwriters who could not resist displaying their Fabian socialist scholarship, thereby betraying their own origins. Searching for phrases to describe their bright new world of the future, like the dodo bird, they invariably looked backward. A commencement address, for example, delivered by President Johnson at the University of Michigan on May the 24th, 1964, invited the youth of America to join him in building the Great Society. Anyone acquainted with the history of the Fabian socialist movement knows that The Great Society was the name of a book by Graham Wallas, one of the original Big Four of the London Fabian Society. First published in 1914, the 50th anniversary year of the Socialist International, The Great Society was based on lectures given 4 years earlier by Wallas as a visiting professor at Harvard. Wallas' course, Government 31, was a must for members of the Harvard Socialist Club of his day. An American edition of The Great Society, reprinted in 1920, had been dedicated to erstwhile Harvard Socialist Club president Walter Lippmann, who in 1964 declared his intention to vote for Johnson. Somehow, The Great Society became the rallying cry for Lyndon Johnson's 1964 campaign, replacing the slightly passé New Frontier. If Democrats resent the inference that their party, their administrations, and their presidents have been taken over lock, stock, and barrel by a Fabian socialist clique, why do they insist on borrowing their rallying cries from books and pamphlets written by well-known Fabian socialists, British, or American? That's a very good question, Rose Martin. Further evidence of democratic dependence on British Fabian socialism, not merely for slogans, but for entire programs, was the administration's War on Poverty. Its source was officially disclosed by the British Fabian socialist Harold Wilson, parliamentary leader of the British Labour Party. Addressing the 8th Congress of the Socialist International, which met in Amsterdam September the 9th through 12th in 1963, Wilson said, quote, 10 years ago, some of us in the Labour Party in Britain were moved to write a pamphlet called War on Want, which led to a great movement in Britain and has gone far beyond our expectations. Strangely enough, the topic of the Socialist International Congress where Harold Wilson spoke was not poverty at all, or want as the British call it. The subject under discussion was the international situation and the struggle for peace and disarmament. The idea, discreetly conveyed by Wilson, was that disarmament might be achieved by popular demand in democratic countries if funds normally allocated for national defence could be dramatically diverted into a war on poverty. While the movement might not succeed in abolishing poverty, it could certainly go a long way toward abolishing the armed forces of the free world and their weapons of the future. Nearly 10 years after the spark had been struck in Britain, the same idea was picked up and adapted to the American scene by a young man named Michael Harrington, a member of the executive committee of the American Socialist Party. Like so many other aspiring socialists, he published a book. It appeared in 1962 as The Other America, Poverty in the United States, and it was an immediate sensation. This was not surprising, because all appropriate Fabian socialist press and organizational contacts in the United States had evidently been primed to push the book and to promote the subject of poverty in general. Thus, a Saturday morning panel discussion at the 58th Annual Conference of the League for Industrial Democracy held in May 1963 was reminiscently titled, Why Are the Many Poor? The title of Fabian Tract No. 1, first pamphlet ever printed by the London Fabian Society. President Kennedy is said to have read Harrington's book and to have been deeply impressed with it. Michael Harrington had made the astonishing discovery that there are 35 million Americans who are, by White House standards, poor, and presumably should have federal help of one kind or another. Quite a lot of federal funds could be absorbed rehabilitating 35 million people, even in a small way. Michael Harrington himself was then not quite 35 years old. A graduate of Yale University, he had been a regular contributor to The Reporter and to Commonweal, a Catholic layman's magazine of left liberal leanings. For a time after leaving college, he was connected with the Catholic worker movement, an independent but nominally Catholic movement of the left, led by Dorothy Day, a convert from communism. As recently as April 1963, Miss Day, who had visited Castro's Cuba only the year before, attended a reception honoring the veteran communist leader Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. On that occasion, Dorothy Day was quoted, perhaps erroneously, by a communist newspaper as saying, quote, "My association with Elizabeth Gurley Flynn will go on through my life despite our basic religious differences because we can work together on economic and social questions." Possibly Miss Day, despite her fervour, was not familiar with the great encyclical of Pope Pius XI, Divini Redemptoris, issued in 1937. To Christians of the entire world, the Holy Father uttered a warning, not merely for the moment, but for all time. Quote, "Communism is intrinsically evil, and no one desiring to save Christian civilization may cooperate with it in any undertaking whatsoever." And the footnote here, down here, says, the Latin word used in the encyclical is pravus, root of the English word depraved. I think I feel a sneeze coming on. Yep. So evil, the actual word was pravus, and that is a Latin word where we get the English word depraved. Good to know. There is no evidence that Michael Harrington cooperates with communism today. He is, however, a member of the executive committee of the Little Socialist Party, USA openly affiliated with the Socialist International, which invariably acts to protect communist nations and in many instances promotes cooperation with them at the world level. Just give me a second. I'm going to have to blow my nose, I think. Back. Where do we get to there? Level. On March 28th, 1964, the new slick paper edition of Socialist International Information, official organ of the International, featured an article by Michael Harrington, reprinted from New America, U.S. Socialist Party publication. There, Harrington explained why the war on poverty would speed the advance of socialism in the United States. The reasons given by Harrington are worth noting. First, that the program, quote, "is the assertion of a public claim on private resources." And second, that, quote, "it will necessarily involve an expansion of the public sector of American society." A previous issue of Socialist International Information had noted, quote, "Michael Harrington's contribution to presidential thinking on the war on poverty." Early in 1964, Harrington was called to Washington, along with other specialists, to assist the Johnson administration in drafting plans for its own anti-poverty campaign. Though the project was inherited from his predecessor, President Johnson had made it his own and announced the war on poverty as a major goal of his administration. The campaign was frankly admitted to have been inspired by Michael Harrington's book. As a result, leading newspapers of the country threw open their columns to the young specialist on poverty for byline articles as well as interviews. For an avowed official of the little US Socialist Party to be so cordially received in press and government circles was something new in America. Simultaneously, Harrington was treated like a younger brother by prominent members of ADA. As far as anyone could remember, nothing just like it had happened in this country before. It raised the interesting possibility that other American Fabian socialists might decide, in the not-so-distant future, to drop their disguise and call themselves by their own true name. Presumably, they would only feel free to do so if convinced that the final victory of socialism was at hand. Did they see in the war on poverty a decisive weapon for bringing their long but not wholly uncomfortable struggle to an end? Added to his other services, Michael Harrington represented a very serious and well-organized attempt to sell the Fabian socialist conception of social justice and social charity to the Catholic hierarchy and Catholic laity. It was designed to undermine one last great obstacle to the sweep of socialism throughout the world. In that strangely un-Christian effort, Harrington and his friends have been aided effectively, if not directly, by two British Fabian socialist writers widely feted in this country, Anne Fremantle, a niece of Beatrice Webb, and Barbara Ward, Lady Jackson, the latter described by a Washington News correspondent as one of President Johnson's favourite authors. To head his anti-poverty campaign, President Johnson initially chose Sergeant Shriver, brother-in-law of the late President Kennedy, and himself a member of an old and respected Maryland family. Sergeant Shriver had broken with family tradition by going to Chicago and becoming, in 1952, an eager supporter of Adlai Stevenson. Marrying a Kennedy sister, he became director of the Peace Corps in Kennedy-Johnson administration. In the Kennedy-Johnson administration. Momentarily, his newer poverty post appeared to promise nothing more spectacular than a revival of civilian conservation corps, camps, and similar half-forgotten projects dating from the New Deal. Its prospective importance was evident, however, from the fact that Adam Yarmolinsky left his Pentagon post as Assistant Secretary for Defense Personnel to assist Shriver in launching the so-called War Against Poverty. A young man of proper socialist antecedents, of whom it had been rumoured that he was being groomed by left liberals to succeed J. Edgar Hoover, Yarmolinsky was no sacrificial lamb. He enjoyed the favour of leading ADA members who regarded him as an authority on personnel practices measured by American Civil Liberties Union standards. Yarmolinsky's presence in Sergeant Shriver's office could be taken as a virtual guarantee that the war against poverty would swell to boom proportions after Johnson was re-elected. That estimate was confirmed by a New York Times interview with Michael Harrington, which stated, "In Mr. Harrington's view, President Johnson's announcement of a war against poverty may be regarded as the staging phase for such a war rather than the beginning of one itself. The campaign can be started only when long-range plans that include vast public works programs are completed." That's a quote from the New York Times. Meanwhile, the political status quo was preserved without significant alteration. Keynesian economists were still in control of the Treasury and the budget. Agents of disarmament were in defense. While Johnson talked of frugality, as FDR had done to win election in 1932, he planned in terms of deficit budgets. Quote, "Under $100 billion today, but who knows what tomorrow." President Johnson asked an initial sum just under $1 billion to wage war on poverty. Another $500 million annually to raise salaries of federal employees, many of whom had received pay rises only a short time before, while $3.5 billion was asked and obtained for foreign aid, no more than last year, but what of the years ahead? The president promised full employment, and yet, by executive order, under the power relinquished to him by Congress, he proceeded to slash tariffs on imports priced to undersell American products, damage American industry and agriculture, and throw American citizens out of work. Subsidies were provided under the law for those who were harmed by tariff reductions. So that, in effect, the American taxpayer was subsidizing foreign industries. Meanwhile, American manufacturers and raw materials were being shipped abroad as free gifts. American industrialists, finding it harder to compete at home against the flood of foreign imports and obliged to seek government contracts, were compelled to submit more and more to government control and restrictions. Many of these things were the result of legislation which Johnson had originally spearheaded while in the Senate. He was now in a position to exert the power they conferred on a chief executive. So those last three paragraphs, in my opinion, really tell you how the sausage is made. So I'm going to stick a tab on there. If you give me a moment. Those three paragraphs just describe what happens regardless, what has been happening regardless of who gets elected, right? So when you're talking to statists, these are the kind of things you need to point out. Just like, look at where we've got to with regards to the local economy, the domestic production of anything. I mean, England doesn't make anything, really. We don't produce anything here. It's all been shipped abroad. And like the point Rose Martin just said, the American taxpayer was subsidizing foreign industries. The same thing here in the UK as well. Foreign diplomats must have smiled behind their hands at America's pretensions of largesse, as the country's viable gold reserves in 1963 shrank to less than $4 billion over the minimum required by law to remain in the vaults at Fort Knox. With other countries holding due bills against the United States for more than $22 billion in gold and able to demand payment at will, America was, in effect, at the mercy of its foreign pensioners. At any desired moment, they could demand payment in gold and throw the United States into bankruptcy. Did they delay because of trade benefits offered by the president, now armed with tariff-making powers? Or were they waiting for a moment when, by common consent of its creditors, the gold-poor United States might be forced into some supranational world order which meant an end of its nationhood? Also very good questions. The American dollar was no longer as good as gold. Even sheikhs and desert potentates of the Middle East refused to accept it, demanding payment in bullion. How was it, with such an alarming shortage of the precious metal in the United States, that a major American oil company could still arrange to pay for its Middle Eastern oil leases and concessions in gold? How was it that we were not ourselves mining it vigorously? What was the influence in Washington that made such gold payments without replacement possible, and what political favors were asked in return? President Johnson insisted the country had never been so prosperous nor the economy so sound, and he quoted figures to prove it. Everything seemed to be moving, everything seemed to be booming, and everything was fearfully expensive. Private debt in the United States reached the astronomical total of $826 billion by the end of 1963, while the public debt ceiling was raised a few months later to $324 billion. That's peanuts by today's standards. The average citizen was caught in a vice between debt and taxes, from which the campaign year tax cut offered no noticeable relief, while state and federal politicians voted themselves larger salaries and handsomer pensions at public expense. This is entirely how the sausage is made. Okay. Who could save for old age or a rainy day? Sooner or later, the government, which in one way or another was already collecting over 1/3 of the average citizen's income, would have to pick up the tab for his medical and dental care, education, job training, and child rearing, in addition to unemployment insurance, old age pensions, and burial costs. So the country went spinning along on wheels faster and faster down the non-stop Fabian Freeway that led to fiscal collapse and a type of receivership sometimes known as socialism. This was how it had been planned more than 30 years before by a man named John Maynard Keynes and a small group of respectable Fabian socialist conspirators in London, and by many others in other locales. They saw very plainly that the only way to capture the United States and ultimately the world for socialism was by progressively weakening the financial system of this country to the point of total collapse. Once having reduced the two great English-speaking nations that were traditionally the bulwark of the free enterprise system and of liberty itself, socialists would control the world, peacefully at first, perhaps later by force of Soviet arms. For when all is said and done, the Fabian socialists have nowhere to go but communism. By 1964, the United States had moved a great deal farther down the Fabian Freeway than most of its citizens knew. One final spurt of speed and power, and the total welfare state could be reached in a very few years. With the internal transition to socialism apparently assured, an external suasion applied at the psychological moment by a worldwide communist socialist coalition, and possibly by a worldwide crisis calling for exceptional control, the United States might be steered without conflict into the proposed World Federation of Socialist States. The rather simple legislation required for the purpose could be pushed almost imperceptibly through an ADA-controlled Congress. Was this the fuller life President Johnson's advisors had in mind for America when they revived Graham Wallace's dream of the Great Society in the 100th anniversary year of the Socialist International? Lyndon Baines Johnson, former Democratic Majority Leader of the Senate and seasoned political manipulator, now seemed the man preordained for the job. A ruthless hand at the controls was needed where a softer nature might flinch. Was it true, after all, that Johnson had been deliberately chosen in case something happened to JFK? Chosen not only by Kennedy himself, but also by those master planners of international socialism and communism whose agents surround any modern Democratic Party chief? Surely, the final push would not be wholly entrusted to a willing but non-socialist chief executive. He must have helpers, alert and well-schooled. Looking forward to the 1964 national elections, James McGregor Burns, member of ADA and former pupil of London's Fabian socialists, stated with clear and unmistakable intent, "Our need is not to win an election or a leader, we must win a government." That is exactly what happened on November the 3rd, 1964, after an apparent monotonous political campaign marked by a good deal of subsurface drama. It was no doubt a deep personal satisfaction for President Johnson to find that the nickname of Landslide Lyndon, with which his enemies had taunted him from 1948, was now apropos. But the victory was not his alone. For the first time in nearly 30 years, Democrats held a better than 2-to-1 majority in both houses of the Congress, and a remarkably large number of them owed their seats to ADA COPE support. More than ever, the High Court could be depended upon, in the time-tested words of Mr. Dooley, to follow Thiliction returns. I have no idea what that's supposed to say or mean. For all practical purposes, the constitutional separation of powers seen by Anglo-American socialists as the chief barrier to their conquest of the United States had been reduced almost to the vanishing point. At long last, a socialist-schooled elite was in a position to exert unchallenged, if undeclared, control over all three branches of federal government. Didn't take long, did it, really? 80 years? Obviously, the great majority of the American people was not aware of these circumstances and would not knowingly have consented to them. Thus it seemed desirable for the administration and its friends to keep the public guessing about Johnson's intentions as long as possible. The president himself must speak only in the broadest generalities, and news management of the strictest kind must be enforced. For the time being, it was important to preserve the image of LBJ as a moderate, middle-of-the-roader, equally beloved by management and labor, and in his benign way, acting wholly by popular consent. Such considerations may explain the peculiar quality of the 1964 election campaign in the United States, where results were announced by television computers long before the votes had been counted. Organized labor and ethnic minority blocs were delivered almost intact to the administration. Indeed, some experts claim the elections were actually won during the registration phase of the campaign, through the highly effective, if sometimes dubious, mass registration techniques developed since 1958 by the Industrial Union branch of the AFL-CIO. Even in normally Republican areas, Democrat registrars often outnumbered their rivals by as much as 16-1, and on election day were transformed into demon poll watchers and vote counters. One wonders whether even an Archangel Michael and his heavenly hosts would have sufficed to turn the tide, or to detect exactly what happened in 175,595 voting precincts around the country. What the candidates said scarcely mattered. Their statements were transposed, interpreted, and embellished by a practically solid phalanx of left liberal press and TV commentators. Another unusual feature of the campaign was the vehemence of the overseas press in denouncing President Johnson's opponent, especially in editorial opinions from Scandinavia, Belgium, West Berlin, Italy, England, where socialist governments held office. Was this a preview of the inspired world press to be hoped for under a future world government? Organized pressure, to a degree never known before in the United States, was exerted on members of the business community, great and small. The purpose being, ironically enough, to convey an impression that the nation's businessmen were partial to President Johnson. Telephone calls from Washington warned that vital contracts might be forfeited. Credit was arbitrarily extended or denied. Federal and state agencies sent swarms of investigators to scrutinize the records of private companies and individuals. Well-timed offers of area redevelopment and other federal funds were received in many smaller cities and towns. Even in the heyday of the New Deal, there had been nothing to equal this. Taking one thing with another, it was surprising that some 27 million Americans were still found to have voted against Lyndon Johnson. Tactics of the Johnson juggernaut were condoned by triumphant Washington insiders. In the excitement of victory, presidential favorite Walter Lippmann, who has seldom been known to make an unguarded statement, penned a more outspoken summary of the 1964 elections than any administration critic. The campaign did not produce a debate about specific problems, and this was fortunate, wrote Lippmann in his syndicated column of November the 8th, 1964. For the real business of the campaign was not to map out a course for the future. It was to beat and crush a rebellion against the established line of domestic and foreign policy which was laid down in the generation which followed the Great Depression and the Second World War. That statement speaks for itself and for the gentle Fabians. Wow. I'm going to tab this page as well because it says a lot about voting and how it works. It says a lot about democracy. And I think if there's one thing you got to admit, it's that Rose Martin knows her stuff and has done her research, right? So we've just got the epilogue to do next. Just going to check the comments and have a sip. Okay. Frank Lennon says, the land of the free and the home of the brave. What a disappearing trick. POTUS, leader of the free world. Katie says, as Margaret Thatcher once said, there comes a time when socialists run out of other people's money. Frank Lennon says, democracy, absolute joke. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, do you remember those like magic eye things where it just was like a load of colored dots and you would stare at it, and then if you kind of relax your eyes or crossed your eyes a little bit, a picture would come into focus and you would see like a 3D picture. I think they were called stereograms. I used to have one at the top of my stairs in my dad's house when I was a kid, and had dinosaurs on it and a pyramid or something. I used to get books of them, magic eye books they were called, and you could kind of relax your eyes and then it would come into focus. I feel like that's what you got to do with people who still believe in the two-party system and still believe in voting and democracy. It's like you got to get them to relax their vision a bit so that they can see the plan, the what's actually happened, in order to see the direction where it's going. Because this myth, like we got to call it a myth, this myth of two political parties each vying for power and control and influence and then being separate it's an absolute fairy tale. And for people to believe in that, there's really no, I don't know, from my point of view, there's really no excuse to believe in that, apart from you're choosing to believe in it because you prefer the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth. So quite a powerful ending to the book there in that last chapter. The last chapter as a whole kind of introduced a lot of new things, and it left it on quite a left us in kind of a dark place, I feel like. And I kept forgetting as well that this is written. I mean, imagine reading this in 1966. But it's even more potent as time has gone on to see what's happened since that time. You know, it's even more potent now to read it so many years later, 40, 60 years later, nearly, to see that she was really onto something. She was really describing something that was happening. And I bet back in 1966 when she was onto it, I bet it was hard to convince people to see it. I bet it's much easier now, actually, to read it or tell people about this book and say, don't you think this shows this has happened? And this is the path we are on to world communism, global communism. It's harder and harder to deny, I think. But anyway, Adam says, members jump from one party to the other all the time. How's it not obvious? Yeah. And if they're not jumping between parties, they go into corporations and back, or think tanks, and then political parties, and then corporations, and then think tanks, and then, NGOs, and they're just doing this revolving door thing at the top. So it's the same people playing to the same tune, singing from the same hymn sheet. But we're supposed to not see that and pretend that it's actually the Prime Minister who's calling the shots. Gwen says, a lot of people are seeing through it now in my experience. Wonderful. I like a bit of good news. I am very glad that you are having that experience, and that gives me hope. I have a lot of hope anyway. The way I often look at it is like, if I can see, I'm not dumb, but not dumb, but I'm not, nothing special about me. If I can see it and understand it, then anybody can. You know what I mean? Katie says, how did she get her book published? Good question. Let's see. So all it tells us in the inside of the book is Heritage Foundation Chicago. So it's not one of the big main, it's a foundation, but it's not one of the big publishing houses. I think that's why there's no warning on the inside to say, like, there's no warning on the inside to say, do not republish any of this electronically or whatever. It just says Heritage Foundation Chicago. So it'd be good to look into that foundation, actually, see if that's still going and if they published other things as well. But I think what you kind of find as well, Katie, is a lot of truth gets published in books. This is why the focus of this channel is books, because a lot of stuff gets published and put down in books, because these psycho satanic socialists, that's a good bit of alliteration for you, psycho satanic socialists, they know that they're conditioning people out of reading. They know that the average person just doesn't have the attention span, and they've done an even greater number on the children, the youth, and these like poor, helpless souls who've been given iPads before their brains even 2 years old. They've had their attention span ruined. Like the breed of person who can read and focus on a book or an audio book or long form presentation like this, we are in the minority, and it is something that has been massively under attack through bad food, through technology, screens, social media, TikTok generation, all that stuff. So they're weeding out people and discouraging and dissuading people from reading, right? So I think they don't really have a problem with stuff being out there in books. But what you will find also at the same time when I'm saying that is certain books are expensive and hard to get hold of, and the price is going up. And it's partly why I've been just obsessively gathering them to have them, preserved. But they do get harder to find. And then even now, every now and again in our Telegram chat, I have conversations with other people who collect books, and there's just books you just can't find. I have one, let's see, this one. So this one here, I got Claire Ellis, The Blackening of Europe. And this is part 1. This is volume 1. There is nowhere, I cannot find a physical copy of volume 2 anywhere online. I can't even find a physical copy of this online. I just found it by accident in a secondhand bookshop. And this cost me like 25 quid. for that. So there is sort of censorship going on, and there is control but I don't think they've got it locked down to the absolute point where nobody can get anything published and put out there, you know. Thanks, Adam. So what I was saying was, it reminds me of Mark Passio's anecdote about when he decided to blow the whistle on the Church of Satan. He was a member in the Church of Satan. And he says, when he decided to blow the whistle, he said to them, I hate what you guys are doing. I'm onto you. I'm going to get out and I'm going to tell the world exactly what you're up to. And they said, fine, go and tell everyone. They won't believe you anyway. So there's also an element of arrogance and hubris and confidence that so what, Nick's on his channel reading these books that tells the truth about things, but who cares? How what's his reach? We can cancel his channel anytime we want. We can throttle the numbers and we can strangle him using the algorithm so that he doesn't even get the message or the reach that this information deserves, you know. So I don't think they mind too much about the books actually existing and getting put out there. I think they've got a lot of plans and contingencies in place. And so that's why we got to kind of take that slow, plodding, tortoise-like. I'm sorry, you just put CESP. You just distracted me there. I thought I'd gone deaf. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, so we've got to take that slow, plodding approach to things in the way the Fabian socialists do, in that we just read a little bit when we can and get it over the long term, and, you know, not expect massive change and results in perhaps our lifetime, but at least we can gather the information and spread it and do our part to I think of it as like passing on the torch, you know, passing on that message and passing on that torch of the way things really are and what's actually going on and what happened in the past. But I don't know, that was kind of a little side rant about why I think those books, why it's not, you know, it doesn't surprise me they're available, but they aren't, you know, they're not in Waterstones. They're not in your public libraries, I don't think, anymore. They're not easy to find unless you know where to look. And that's pretty, and who knows how long they'll be available online to buy if new rules come in about information control and censorship and misinformation, malinformation, and all that nonsense. So we might just have a little window here where we can grab these physical copies and get hold of them. That's why I've been like just obsessively buying them. So yeah, I don't know. Should we get into the epilogue and get that done? Oh, hang on a sec. We got Frank Lennon says, that's the beauty of books, the prescience angle. Yeah. When you read a book that predicted the future, you know, it's like, whoa, this person was onto it. They knew back then. Adam says, I think a lot of people have the potential to see it. So I think this is like the agendas and the plans that are going on, but they don't want to deal with it, so they ignore it. I think you're right there, Adam. For many people, that is true. I think a lot of people are just kind of, they'd rather believe in their fairy tales, their, you know, Netflix dramas and their just distractions, sports ball, computer games, whatever. And I'm not knocking anybody for you know, engaging in those activities. Is fine. I'm not here to judge. But I think a lot of people immerse themselves in that rather than, you know, actual reality. I tend to choose the reality route of things for me personally, but, you know, that's just me. I'm a nerd. I read books. All right, let's get this epilogue done, and let's hope. I have a feeling it's not going to be one of those books that ends with like an uplifting, hopeful message. But let's see. I don't know. It could be wrong. But yeah, I doubt it. But anyway, let's find out. Epilogue. The moving finger writes. Sweet are the uses and perquisites of political office, even for those who declare their sole aim is to free humanity from its age-old burden of misery. In America, Hubert Humphrey, whose heart bleeds publicly for the poor of all nations, finds a $750,000 tax-free mansion ordered for his vice presidential comfort by an ADA-controlled majority in the Congress. In Britain, Harold Wilson coolly invites the leaders of socialist parties from 14 countries, many, like himself, already holding top government posts, to meet at Chequers, traditional country home of British prime ministers. With unintentional humour, British newspapers hailed that event as a diplomatic coup, as if Harold Wilson, sometimes accompanied by Hubert Humphrey, had not been meeting on the continent with the same socialist leaders for years. Recognising the revolutionary import of the new locale, Socialist International Information for May 1965 headlined the conference Socialist Summit at Chequers. Even the usually conservative Times of London commented in a leading article on April the 26th, 1965, quote, "If Western Europe is to be led by socialists, that may prove to have been a very useful beginning." As international socialism, open or disguised, moves steadily into positions of power, its chief spokesmen and political agents present an increasingly bland front to the world. This phenomenon was noted by Zygmunt Zaremba, chairman in exile of the Socialist Union of Eastern Europe and a socialist member of the Polish Parliament before World War II. Attending the 8th Congress of the Socialist International at Amsterdam in 1963, he reported that, quote, "eminent party leaders, one after another, came to the rostrum to express, most cautiously, their party's attitude toward important political questions, carefully skirting those questions which were premature." The Congress, wrote Zaremba in an article reprinted in the U.S. Socialist Quarterly, New Politics, winter 1964, quote, "was clearly a gathering of those who held high office in their countries and those who hoped to do so shortly." And he went on to say, quote, "Only those questions on which there was already a consensus were brought to the floor for discussion and decision. These included disarmament and aid to the underdeveloped countries, minor resolutions on France, Spain, Russian anti-Semitism, racism and civil rights struggles in the USA, and imprisonment of socialist leaders by communist bloc countries were passed unanimously." But behind the facade of a whole series of questions was heatedly discussed. From the platform, only Guy Mollet, chairman of the French Socialist Party, touched on the question of the relationship of socialist and communist movements in the present period. Behind the scenes, however, this question was the central issue of the discussions of the Central European Study Group and the Socialist Union of Eastern Europe. For socialist leaders, using the machinery of universal suffrage to gain and hold political power, special caution appears to be indicated as they round the bend, heading toward an international federation of socialist states. Because deep-rooted sentiments of patriotism, national honour, and personal independence still animate a great many voters in a great many countries, every effort must be made by international socialists to obscure the fact that the political and economic bases for such sentiments are being obliterated as rapidly as possible. Just as a majority of citizens in the later Roman Empire never realized the empire had fallen, because the outward forms of imperial government persisted several centuries longer, so the peoples of the so-called free world are not to be made aware that their world is becoming progressively less free. That's also hitting the nail on the head right there, isn't it? Socialism is about equality and freedom, insists Peter Townsend, chairman of the Fabian Society for 1965 to 1966. But George Bernard Shaw knew better. He knew the role that coercion must play in any socialist scheme of things, and perhaps Peter Townsend does too. Meanwhile, whole populations are being conditioned to regard socialist norms as normal, in preparation for a day when the leaders may more openly reveal their hands. Practical acceptance of many socialist programs has been obtained, for the most part, by making shrewdly calculated appeals to the immediate interests of key groups and individuals, appeals which are invariably swathed in high humanitarian phrases. By now, this technique has reached a point at which, as one cynic observed, humanitarianism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. Particularly in England and the United States, where the public is indifferent to ideology, the psychological approach is used, as was suggested long ago by the British Fabian Graham Wallace in his book The Great Society. Developed in depth over the years by Fabian-inspired researchers, that method has been graded and refined with a view to reaching every level of modern society: labour, business, the professions, the bureaucracy, senior citizens, career-minded youth, and even preschool children. It calls for the permeation of colleges, universities, and religious seminaries by Fabian socialist-oriented educators and administrators, as well as the introduction of uniform standards and guidelines into federally financed educational systems. For total effect, it requires total control of communications and entertainment media, a state of affairs already in being, if not in full force. The professor is still the main channel through which the Fabian socialist outlook percolates to society at large. As the Venerable Walter Lippmann said in a keynote speech opening the University in America convocation at Los Angeles in May 1966, quote, "Professors have become in the modern world the best available source of guidance and authority in the field of knowledge. There is no other court to which men can turn and find what they once found in tradition and custom. Because modern man, in his search for truth, has turned away from kings, priests, commissars, and bureaucrats, he is left, for better or worse, with the professor." The gathering, which Lippmann addressed that night, included some 1,500 persons, among them presidents, deans, and faculty members, as well as bright students of the leading universities. It was sponsored and steered by the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, offshoot of the Ford Foundation, whose president was Professor McGeorge Bundy, former instructor and guide of American presidents. So the long-range plan, artlessly set in motion by a little group of serious thinkers meeting at 17 Osnaburg Street, London, more than 80 years before, and patiently pursued by 3 generations of respectable Fabian socialists, moved smoothly toward its destined conclusion. With the clear-cut victory of the Fabian-led Labour Party in the 1966 British elections, and the repeated success of the Johnson-Humphrey administration in pushing one welfare state measure after another through the United States Congress, official cooperation between the 2 major English-speaking nations for the advancement of socialism promised to reach new heights. The irony of it was that as the de facto policies and actions of the heads of state leaned more and more strongly to the left, their personal reputation for moderation soared. Although Prime Minister Wilson's new government contained an even larger percentage of identifiable Fabians than before, he was nearly always described in the general press as a right-wing socialist, really hardly radical at all. Those hardcore Fabian socialists who filled the cabinet and the junior ministries to the exclusion of simple labourites presumably served as a kind of loyal opposition within the government they operated. As if to confuse the picture still more, Peter Townshend's New Year's message to the Society had warned the Wilson government against giving an impression of being bogged down by short-term problems at the expense of long-range socialist objectives. He told Fabians that, quote, "they will serve the government far better as demanding, if sympathetic, critics than as captive apologists." Since it would be decidedly awkward for members of the government to take such a stand, one must infer that the chairman's message was addressed to rank-and-file Fabians in private life. They were urged to bring pressure on their coy leaders to do what the latter eagerly desired but preferred to do as though yielding to popular demand. On the other side of the Atlantic, President Johnson fathered a whole flock of legislative acts, from civil rights to federal aid to education to Medicare, acts which had been plugged for years in both ADA and Socialist Party platforms. He pushed Keynesian-type deficit spending to breathtaking altitudes and talked of extending the anti-poverty war, by then costing well over $1 billion a year at home, to the farthest corners of the earth. In matters of foreign trade and nuclear disarmament, he offered fresh concessions to the Soviet bloc, while his alternately hot and cold Asian policy aided Moscow in its acrid and often deceptive dialogue with the Chinese Reds. Meanwhile, the dialogue, blown up by leftist propaganda to the stature of a split, was something from which naive freemen could extract passing comfort. In a paternal mood, Johnson even commended the United Nations Children's Fund for having transformed Halloween into, quote, a program of basic training in world citizenship. And yet Johnson was consistently referred to in the public prints as a moderate with conservative leanings who basked in the support of the business community. It is true that a select number of business executives had come to accept the administration's post-Keynesian economics in somewhat the same spirit as the New England transcendentalist Margaret Fuller once announced, "I accept the universe." Their conversion was due in part to the good offices of the Committee for Economic Development, an admitted affiliate of London's Fabian-inspired PEP, Political and Economic Planning, which now operated on a worldwide scale to secure the cooperation of management during the current period of peaceful transition to socialism. Not unnaturally, such business leaders enjoyed administration favour and reciprocated with favours of their own in campaign season. This did not deter LBJ, however, from attempting to shift the blame for looming inflation provoked by his administration's prodigality on his friends of the business community. Sternly, the president told the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that if businessmen failed to keep rising prices down, they must expect to pay higher wages and higher taxes. It was the smoothest propaganda trick of a political year. If in some respects the president taxed the tolerance of his business supporters, his martial gestures in Vietnam proved no less a trial to his backers of the ADA. But they too remained sympathetic critics of LBJ, giving him credit for services rendered on the domestic front in voting at their 1966 convention to disapprove the administration's military policy in Vietnam. Americans for Democratic Action denounced the sin while continuing to love the sinner. No one attending that convention and hearing Vice President Humphrey's pained defense of the government's Vietnam policy doubted that he was really suffering or failed to interpret his speech as a sacrifice on the altar of political necessity. Behind the scenes, it might well have been pointed out that two of the very same officials who had provoked the Korean War and then maneuvered it to a stalemate were once more directing U.S.-Asian policy: Dean Acheson and Dean Rusk. Surely their skills could be relied upon to avert an American victory in Vietnam, if only by the simple device of sending too many troops to the scene and keeping military hardware in short supply. Had not Rusk already intimated that a happy end result of the bloodshed in Vietnam could be the eventual recognition of Red China, an event long and earnestly desired by the Fabian-begotten ADA? Although Arthur Schlesinger Jr. gallantly volunteered to supplant Secretary Rusk as a presidential advisor, his offer was interpreted as a bit of high-level buffoonery, possibly designed to remind fellow Fabians that any man is replaceable, if not expendable. Whether one graduate or another of the British Fabians' finishing school process was in charge, in the long run it made little difference, except perhaps to the individuals concerned. Meanwhile, Rhodes Scholars still manned the international ramparts in Washington. Walt Whitman Rostow of MIT's Center for International Studies reputed to have been started with $300,000 worth of CIA money, was back at the White House again. Hall in Cleveland held forth as U.S. ambassador to NATO. On the home front, Nicholas de Belleville Katzenbach, who married a daughter of the Phelps-Stokes clan, one of the founding families of the Fabian socialist movement in America, had moved up to first place at the Department of Justice. Like those other old Oxonians with whom he conferred from time to time in Washington, Britain's Prime Minister Harold Wilson claimed to support US policy in Vietnam, but it hardly seemed more than lip service, in view of the fact that British merchant vessels docked regularly in North Vietnam ports and British companies engaged in trade with Hanoi. Though the Wilson government procured United Nations authority for the British Navy to seize and search ships on the high seas which were bound for Rhodesia, this privilege was not expected to apply to the Southeast Asian trade. From the first, Harold Wilson appeared to favour negotiation as a means of ending the Vietnam conflict. His initial peace feeler took the form of a visit to Hanoi by Harold Davies MP, a minor official in the Wilson government. Davies was an admirer of President Ho Chi Minh, who as far back as 1924 declared at a Communist International Congress, quote, "I am a French colonial and a member of the French Communist Party." On the same occasion, Uncle Ho, falsely represented today in leftist propaganda as leading a national independence movement like George Washington, stated plainly, quote, "According to Lenin, the victory of the revolution in Western Europe depended on its close contact with the liberation movement against imperialism in enslaved countries and with the national question, both of which form a part of the common problem of the proletarian movement and dictatorship." Since those remarks were republished in Hanoi as recently as 1960, there is no reason to believe Ho Chi Minh has changed his stripes from that day to this. Harold Davies, MP, could look forward to a warm personal welcome in Hanoi, having written an enthusiastic article about the Northern Republic, which appeared in the left-wing French publication Horizons for December 1957. It was quoted 3 years later in a little giveaway volume issued by Hanoi's Foreign Languages Publishing House, and rather confusingly entitled The Democratic Republic of Vietnam, 1945 to 1960, Impressions of Foreigners. When his unofficial peace mission produced no visible results, Davies quietly returned to his post as Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Pensions and National Insurance in London. So the question of the relationship between the socialist and communist movements in the present day, a question that only Guy Mollet of the French Socialist Party had ventured to broach publicly, becomes meaningful for Americans. While on the surface, that relationship seems variable enough, its true nature and extent is still one of the best kept secrets of two highly secretive world organizations. Any public statements on the subject by leaders of the twin internationals may be dismissed as inevitably misleading. Any inferences must be drawn from the facts of history itself, which records again and again the peculiarly protective attitude of the socialists toward the communist bloc nations and their agents and the great degree of sustained collaboration. The socialist and communist world movements are like the two faces of a coin, not identical, yet inseparable. Sometimes one side appears uppermost, sometimes the other, but at the core they are still one. Which side of this counterfeit coin might face up at a given time probably depends upon the circumstances of the moment. It is, of course, to the interest of every man, woman, and child in America desiring personal liberty in a free and sovereign nation that the fraudulent nature of this coin be recognized and exposed so that we may be forever spared the necessity of making such a spurious choice. One by one, the costliest and most highly prized nuclear secrets of the United States, on which the peace and safety of the whole free world depend, have been delivered to the Soviet military clique as a result of the consistently permissive temper of British and American Fabian socialists toward communist activists. Published hearings of the Subcommittee on Internal Security of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary demonstrate that today, as in the age of Roosevelt, the most elementary security precautions have been scrapped by a Fabian-dominated administration indisposed to keep communist operatives from entering the country or to deny them the privileges accorded to loyal American citizens. At the popular level, it is evident that something resembling the United Front movement of the pre-World War II years has been revived, to exert pressure on socialist-oriented governments in matters of peace and disarmament. How broad this movement is may be gathered from an International Peace Disarmament Directory compiled in 1962 by one Lloyd Wilkie of Yellow Springs, Ohio. Without claiming to include the names and addresses of all organizations working in one way or another for peace, it lists more than 600 groups and subgroups throughout the world and more than 100 periodicals. They include academic, scientific, religious, and merely agitational groups ranging from end to end of the political spectrum. Of course, the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, founded long ago by the Chicago socialist Jane Addams and conveniently used as a cover by illegal US communists in the 1920s, is there with all its branches. The Council on Foreign Relations is listed, as well as its opposite number in Britain, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Both the Communist and Socialist Parties USA are named, as well as the ADA. But the two major American political parties are slighted. The Catholic Worker is cited, but the Vatican's peace efforts are discreetly overlooked. The author explains he has played no favourites and suggests that the inquiring reader learn the various shades of difference for himself by getting in touch with as many of these groups and periodicals as he sees fit. To a casual observer, it is instructive to note how many of the national peace movements in foreign countries are affiliated with the World Council of Peace, chaired in 1962 by Professor J.D. Bernal, 94 Charlotte Street, London, W1. Even to reach the chairman of the Soviet Peace Committee, N. Tikhonov, whose local address was not available at press time, one was referred to the World Council of Peace in London. While peace is undoubtedly wonderful, the motives of those who organize so-called peace movements and peace demonstrations of varied degrees of violence are often suspect. In the past, as in the present, pacifist groups have been used at critical moments to promote defeatism and to paralyze a nation's will to defend itself. One of the more striking historical examples was the so-called Bonnet Rouge conspiracy, in which French socialists participated during World War I, and which led one French regiment after another to lay down its arms in the face of an advancing enemy. In the present atomic era, the chief effort of international peace and disarmament groups seems to be directed at inducing the United Nations to renounce its role as an atomic power, thereby leaving the Soviet Union supreme in the field. One can only speculate as to how far the veiled disarmament propaganda purveyed by such high-level Fabian-inspired agencies as the Council on Foreign Relations and the American Assembly influenced the nuclear pause proclaimed in 1961 by President Kennedy, or the decision of Secretary McNamara in 1964 to cancel the nuclear strategy of NATO without consulting his European allies. In the final analysis, world government under socialist rulers becomes the Pacific Sea toward which all tributary movements flow. With the end so nearly achieved, it seems more than ever unfair that the American people should not be permitted to know the identity of their betrayers. In almost every other country of the free world, socialism operates openly as a political party and frequently as the ruling party. Here in America, both the Socialist Party and the Socialist Labour Party are small and weak, and merely serve to delude the public into believing there is little to fear from that quarter. Yet the unseen and unacknowledged Fabian socialist movement, whose American practitioners call themselves liberals or progressives, has access in the United States to greater sources of wealth and power than anywhere else on earth. It has penetrated multi-billion-dollar tax-free foundations and manipulates the US Treasury itself. Precisely because its leaders are not known for what they are, they occupy a great many key posts in government today and act invisibly in union with alien masterminds to dissolve the strength and substance of this nation. Though the situation is acutely dangerous for a land that was liberty's true home, it is not necessarily hopeless. The answer was supplied by a relatively unschooled American, General Andrew Jackson, who fought in his own day to make America free and great. Perhaps it is only a legend unknown to such sophisticated scholars as Arthur Schlesinger Jr., but he became a tradition among professional military men of an earlier era. Just before the Battle of New Orleans, we are told, an unusually dense fog descended on the fields outside the city where General Jackson's army was to make its stand. As he rode out to inspect his ill-equipped troops, a young soldier spoke up. "But General, sir," said the boy, "how can I fight and defend myself against an enemy I can't see?" "Sooner or later, your enemy will show himself," replied the general, "and you will know what to do." Then, looking upward, a moment as if for guidance, he added, "And in your future life, if you survive this, and by God you will be confronted by many unseen enemies of your hard-fought liberty, but they will show themselves in time enough to destroy them." Fabian Freeway, High Road to Socialism in the USA by Rose L. Martin. Well, stunned silence in all of the chats. It's one of those situations where you wish she had lived much longer to see even more of this unfold. It makes me very excited to read the Ratu book, which is where I first heard about the Fabian Freeway. It makes me really excited to read this because the whole point of this book is to continue and build on the work of Quigley, Anglo-American Establishment, and Rose Martin's Fabian Freeway. So it really makes me want to read this one now, because this one goes all the way up to 2012. And it also says, the subtitle is "How an International Elite is Taking Over and Destroying Europe, America, and the World, and What Can Be Done to Restore Justice, Democracy, and Freedom." So it sounds like this one actually does have some solutions. But that's another 520 pages. So that might be an option when we come to choose the next book. In fact, let me just quickly check. This one does not have a warning in the front page. So we could probably do this one if people have the appetite for more on the similar sort of topic. But yeah, how about that? Fabian Freeway, Rose L. Martin. What a book. What an epic journey. I've learned so much from that one, and I've probably only retained like 10% of the contents. But put a lot of things into focus, connected a lot of dots, and covered particularly the whole part about JFK, Woodrow Wilson, FDR, the New Deal, and then Johnson taking over, LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson taking over after JFK. You know, I'm not so big and well up on American history and presidential history, so it's giving me a good insight into that era, that time. And I think as a product of from 1966, it really it gives us it's like the origin story, isn't it, of the stuff that's going on and that we're living through now. And they've made so much more progress in that time. So to me, that's a really important book. I'm extremely grateful that I've got that in the collection. 2 copies, in fact, just for good measure. So yeah, not much more to say on that, really. I'm working my way through all the videos, so I'm going to be going back and re-listening to all of those to try and like knit it together and remember it, because it is a lot of info, but I think incredibly well researched. And like I mentioned, there's still another however many pages of appendices and added stuff at the end. There's a note here, but I might go through those, take pictures of those, and upload them to the Telegram chat at a future date. But yeah, what a book. I'm kind of lost for words. It's really powerful. It's making me see the world in a completely new way. The people we're dealing with, they're long-term planners. They are absolutely willing to deceive and manipulate and change their tactics and work with existing groups to see their plans realized. I think this is the key thing. We get so caught up with labels and it's a Labour and it's a Tory and it's a Democrat and it's a Republican but we got to throw those labels out and we got to look at the actions. We got to look at the actions of these people. What did they sign off on? What did they agree to do? What did they actually do? It's like any political selection. They say a lot of stuff, then they get elected, and then they do a completely other stuff. They do loads of stuff in line with this agenda, the one we're trying to understand and read about and describe on this channel, because that's the agenda that rolls out regardless of who gets elected, regardless of what they say. And they might do a little token thing here or there to get people to keep believing in that system, but actually this agenda that's rolling out is totally separate and above and beyond. And that's where our eyes need to be, more so than like the buzz thing in the UK at the minute is like one of the groups want to bring back national service, and it's just like, my first thought when I saw that was that the Tories who were claiming they want to bring back national service, my first thought was, that tells me that announcement is designed to push people to vote Labour, which means it's probably a Labour government that's coming in, and that's been decided already, I would say. Even back in the 60s, Rose Martin was talking about the dodgy voting system and counting, and how unreliable it was and hard to believe that it represented the people's will. And if she could see it back then, how much worse do you think it is now when nothing has been done to change things or alter things? We've got the same nonsense Keynesian economic system, still central banks controlling the currency, printing money, doling it out, still the same revolving door at the top of the governments, still the same lifetime civil servants in England or federal bureaucrats in America. Like, nothing's happened really to alter the trajectory of all the stuff she's describing since she wrote this book in 66. So, and where she mentioned there a world event that would hasten and accelerate these plans, I immediately was thinking of Big C event in 2020. So yeah, if only Rose was here today to see how much further it had gone on. But we don't have Rose, but we do have this guy whose name I don't even know how to pronounce, but it's like Ioan Ratiu. We've got him. So we don't have Rose Martin, but we've got Ioan Ratiu. So one day we'll definitely dive in and find out what he has to say and continue the story. But for now, we're going to leave it there. So thank you all very much for being here and participating. This has been an epic read. If you have done this whole series, then good on you. Good on you, because it's a decent bit of time. But I thank you very much for hanging out. If you've enjoyed the series and found it useful, then consider joining the Telegram group, or joining me on other platforms, or buying me a coffee maybe, or a PayPal donation or something, because it's a lot of time, even though I love doing it, and I will continue to do it. If you can't, no problem. Then just please get the value and take in the information, the learning, and try and spread the awareness and the knowledge to other people, because that's the bottom down important part of this, is learning and getting good at explaining and pointing these things out to other people, so that we can kind of get more people to adjust their vision to see the actual hidden picture, instead of just looking at the sort of nonsense that the television wants us to look at, right? So thank you. We've still got Immune to PR, Gwen, Frank, Katie, still hanging out at the end of this. So well played on you. We did. I think this is the first 4-hour stream we've ever done. So good on you for hanging out this long. I'm going to be back, but it might be a week or 2 weeks before we start a new book. I'm going to focus on getting some clips made of the Fabian Freeway stuff. So I'm going to spend time now just working on the back end, maybe some of the plumbing and the back end stuff. And I got to get a website up at some point too. So I'm planning that and focusing on that for the next 2 weeks, I think. The poll for the next reading will go out in Telegram. So consider joining up there if you want to have an influence on that. Keep an eye out for clips. I'll be putting some more clips on Instagram and YouTube. They're really good for sharing if you feel inclined to do so, to get the word out there. It's much appreciated. So yeah, probably 2 weeks, I think, till we get back. But then when we do, it's going to be good, because it's always nice to have a little break from things, isn't it? And this is quite an intense schedule. I worked it out. It's something like three 3-hour streams a week, plus the prep time. It's like another, I'd say, you're looking at sort of between 10 and 14 hours, something like that. Between 10 and 15 hours a week on top of what I usually do. So it's quite a bit of time, but it's got to be done. And I enjoy it very much, and it gives me a lot of satisfaction. And having you showing up and taking part is the icing on the cake as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much again. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of more books to read. So there will be more Haze reviews coming up. So just hang in there and consider joining the mailing list. And then also, Instagram, Twixter, Telegram. Those are good places to stay up to speed and keep an eye out for when the next book reading begins. But I will say now, tentatively 2 weeks time, I think. Maybe we'll go back to maybe Tuesday. Let's see. What's the day? June. Maybe Tuesday the 11th. We'll pencil that in as a start date, Tuesday the 11th. All right. Cool. Right, we'll go back to the waiting screen. We'll listen to a few more guitar ditties, and then enjoy the rest of your night. Have a lovely week. Beautiful weekend. Apparently good weather incoming to the British Isles very soon. So hang in there for that. And I'm going to be soaking up as much of that as I possibly can when it finally arrives, because Lord knows we need it. So take it easy. Take care of yourselves and each other. And I look forward to seeing you on the next one. And until then, God bless.